Chapter 1078. In the fake sky grave, powerhouses from all sides were tempted. They wanted to see what was hidden in the seven-layered sky formation. Cult headquarters. Fong Ping had also arrived at one of the three great treasure lands, Skywood Forest. Skywood Forest, where an ancient tree was located in the heavenly realm. Fong Ping thought that even if Skywood was huge, he could still accept it. The ultimate venomous plant monster revealed its true form, which was incomparably huge. However, when he really saw Skywood Forest, Fong Ping was still shocked. At this moment, Fong Ping was using the flight step. However, from afar, Fong Ping could see the giant tree that could reach the sky. It really reached the sky. He could not see the end at a glance. Fong Ping looked up. With his eyesight, he actually could not see where the tree crown was. Not only was it tall, but it was also huge. Incomparably huge. This old tree, which was slightly yellowed, definitely had a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. Its cross-section was at least 80,000 square meters. One tree. Just the trunk alone covered an area of more than 120 mu. This did not include those branches. Some of the roots had already grown into towering trees. A single tree could form a forest, nothing more than that. Skywood Forest was huge. This skywood, together with its roots, covered an area of more than 10,000 mu, and it was still spreading. The nearby areas were all included within the boundaries of Skywood Forest. The total area was probably close to 100 square kilometers. This was already comparable to the size of a small city district, and this was only covered by a single tree. Fong Ping was shocked. Those who followed him were also a little shocked. Not everyone had been to the three great treasure lands. Out of the 18 people that Fong Ping brought, only one had been to Skywood Forest. As for Fong Ping, who was disguised as Yun Sheng, he had actually never been here before. Although there were opportunities in Skywood Forest, too few people obtained them. In addition, Skywood Forest was also dangerous. Not everyone would come here. Fong Ping had seen many introductions about Skywood Forest in the 9-star intelligence. This included some information that outsiders did not know. Taoist Feng Yun had been to Skywood Forest before. According to Taoist Feng Yun's investigation, this ancient tree, which might be the first tree in the world, might not be unable to become a monster plant, but it was too powerful. Its consciousness was not strong enough, and now it was in a state of deep sleep. Its consciousness was not strong enough to drive the entire Skywood Forest to awaken, so it was unconscious. Your Highness! Just as Fong Ping was thinking about this, beside him, the leader of the 18 people this time, Yun He, who is also a rank 9 top-notch powerhouse, said in a low voice, "There are often some descendants of true gods and even descendants of venerable emperors who come here to observe. Your Highness has a high status. I hope your Highness can be more cautious. In other words, it was better to keep a low profile." Yun Sheng's status was not low. However, although true Lord Di Fei was a true god, his strength was not too strong. He seemed to be at the peak of stage 4 or 5. Of course, the others didn't really understand the power of a real god. He could only make a rough judgment. Fong Ping understood a little. True Lord Earthfly's strength was not bad. His ranking was still above Earthshow. He was not at the bottom of the 72 Lord Gods. However, rankings were rankings. Di Fei might not be stronger than Dizhou. Both of them gave Fong Ping the feeling that they were about the same. These subordinates were vigilant, but Fong Ping was not too worried. Currently, the cult only had 2 emperor-level powerhouses, and one of them was not in the cult headquarters. Earth Hero and Thunder didn't get along, but Earth Chi and Earth Fei were on good terms. Calculating it, he, Fong Ping, should be a top-notch second generation. Even if he was the descendant of an emperor, he had to be there. In the cult, other than the descendants of Thunder, Earthly Hero, and Ground Oddity, he had to be careful. He did not have to be afraid of anyone else. Including Taoist Feng Yun, he did not have to be afraid of anything. This fellow was not around. If he was offended, so be it. Fong Ping might have already left by then. Yun, he said, Worried that Fang Ping would blame him, he added, "But with your highness here, I don't think there will be any idiots who would dare to provoke your highness." Fang Ping thought so too. This was the advantage of having a high status, especially now that many lord gods had died and a portion of them had fallen into the fake sky grave. In the end, as soon as they said that behind them, high up in the sky, 8 incomparably huge bird-type monsters were dragging an incomparably luxurious palace-styled carriage. Outside the carriage, a rank 9 powerhouse was riding these monsters. At this moment he was barging around. Even when he saw Fang Ping and the rest, he shouted coldly, "Retreat quickly! Prince Yan Huang's carriage. Unrelated people, get out of the way." Prince Yan Huang, a descendant of an emperor. From his surname, one could tell that he was a descendant of Guardian Hua. 3 great protectors and 8 great protectors. 3 protectors were dead, but Guardian Hua was not. Of course, he was not in the cult headquarters. His identity was quite mysterious. He probably had an identity in the outside world and did not reside in the cult. This time, whether he went to the sky grave or not, no one could say for sure. At this moment, this Prince Yan Huang's carriage passed by, very arrogant. It was no wonder that he was arrogant. He was the son of an emperor, and there were countless powerhouses in the country. Guardian Hua was also not dead. He had the right to be arrogant here. Moreover, according to the information that Fang Ping obtained, Yan Huang was also recorded. Yan Huang, a stage 10 origin powerhouse. Originally, he had hopes of advancing to true god. However, many years ago he clashed with Heavenly Cloud Island Lord and his origin was destroyed. He almost died and could not advance. As for why Heavenly Cloud Island Lord made a move, everyone had different opinions. However, water and fire did not mix. This seemed to be the law. Protector Water and Protector who did not get along with each other, and both nations had fought many wars. Now that Yan Huang's weakness had been found, the Heavenly Cloud Island Lord did not mind crippling Yan Huang. He did not go to the extreme. He only injured the other party's origin. He did not kill Yan Huang or completely destroy his origin. Although Guardian Hua was furious, both parties did not completely fall out. While Fang Ping was thinking about these records, Yun He's expression changed slightly. He said hurriedly, "Your Highness, let's avoid it." It was fine if most people did not avoid it. Even if other princes did not avoid it, it might not be a big deal. However, Yan Huang hated people from Guardian Water's bloodline. If anything went wrong, both sides might break out into a war. Of course, the other party had the right to be arrogant. The 8 monsters pulling the carriage were all rank 9. The coachman was rank 9. On both sides of the carriage, there were also 10 rank 9 powerhouses guarding. Inside the carriage, there were also rank 9 auras. Roughly sensing, there were 7 or 8 of them. Close to 30 rank 9 powerhouses, and there were many powerhouses. Although the 18 people Fang Ping brought were also rank 9, except for Yun He. More than half of them were weak rank 9s. If there was a real conflict, they might not be a match. Fang Ping's expression was indifferent. At this moment, there were also some powerhouses flying around. Skywood Forest was a treasure land. Many people came here in search of opportunities. Many people had already recognized Fang Ping. "It's His Highness Yun Sheng. There's going to be a good show now." What a coincidence to meet His Highness Yan Huang. These two are only one step away from true God. Both sides have been on bad terms for a long time. Now that Guardian Water has gone to the Sky Cemetery, Guardian who might not go too, His Highness Yan Huang is probably doing this on purpose. People were discussing in all directions at this moment. Some of them did not conceal their voices. It was obvious that they were mentioning it on purpose. The fire and water lineages had been on bad terms for a long time. If there was a real fight, it was not bad to watch the show. The carriage was getting closer and closer. Fang Ping still had no intention of avoiding it. Yun He was a little nervous, but he did not dare to mention retreating again. At this moment, he could only signal to the others to prepare for battle His Highness also wanted his face. After being humiliated like this, it was normal that he was unwilling to be humiliated. It was a pity that the country had to send troops this time and did not bring enough people. Otherwise, he might not be afraid of the fire lineage. In the carriage, a banquet was being held at this moment. The interior of the carriage was very spacious. Yan Huang was not the only one there. A few descendants of powerhouses were also there. They all looked young, 3 men and 1 woman. Yan Huang's symbol was obvious. He had a head of fiery red hair, and his pupils were fiery red. At this moment, Yan Huang was drinking leisurely. Through the open door, he looked at Fong Ping in front of him without saying a word. Beside him, the woman chuckled. Yan Huang, is that Yun Sheng in front? We haven't seen each other for many years. I didn't expect Yun Sheng to come here this time. Why don't we stop and have a chat? Yan Huang said lightly. What's there to chat about? Yun Sheng is very bold. How dare he block my carriage? Did he forget that his father is only a divine lord and not an emperor? His strength was similar to Yun Sheng's, but his status was much higher. What right did Yun Sheng have to be mentioned in the same breath as him? The other 3 smiled and said nothing. It was not easy to persuade him. Although they felt that it was not necessary, the relationship between the fire and water lineage had always been bad. Yan Huang hated guardian water even more. This time they met Yun Sheng, so it was normal to embarrass him. As for killing Yun Sheng, now that perfected Lord Di Fei was still in the 3 realms, he might not dare to. Guardian Huasan. I'm curious whether Guardian Hua is in the 3 realms or not. Of the 5 living guardians, only the Lord of Heavenly Cloud Island was sure to go to the fake sky grave. Fong Ping was also curious whether the other 2 were in the 3 realms or not. This was very important. Coincidentally, he met Guardian Huasan at this time. At this moment, a top-notch rank, 9-long sword appeared in Fong Ping's hand. Fong Ping's expression did not change, but he decided to give it a try. Since he had impersonated Yun Sheng, he would make Yun Sheng proud. Seeing the carriage getting closer and closer, the coachman's expression changed. The 8 birds were also a little hesitant. This was a true godson. If they really crashed into it, they would not be able to do anything. Inside the carriage, Yan Huang looked indifferent. If Yun Sheng did not dodge, then they would crash into him. If he did not order them to stop, they would not dare to stop. In front of Fong Ping, he also looked nervous. A long sword appeared in his hand, ready to intercept. Even if these 8 monsters might not be able to hurt His Highness, it would still damage His Highness's reputation if he could make His Highness look embarrassed. Just as he was very close to the 8 monsters, he was ready to attack. Behind him, Fong Ping swung his sword casually. There was no ripple, as if it was a casual slash. To the shocked eyes of the surrounding onlookers, this slash looked slow, but it was frighteningly fast. The monsters did not seem to see the trajectory of Fong Ping's sword, continuing to fly under the influence of inertia. Fong Ping's figure was ethereal, his feet moving lightly, weaving through the gaps between the 8 monsters. In the next moment, Fong Ping stopped in front of the coachman, looking at him calmly, ignoring the shock in the other party's eyes. Silence. Boundless silence. In the next moment, bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions came. In front of him, the 8 monsters' golden bodies exploded. Not only did their golden bodies collapse, but their mentality also exploded. Half-step true god. How is this possible? Everywhere there was a wave of shock. Yun He, who was wielding his sword, was also extremely shocked. Half-step true god. In that moment, when Fong Ping used his sword, his strength had reached the level of a half-step true god. The so-called half-step true god meant that the explosive force of his attack had already exceeded 400,000 calories vitality, or even close to it. 400,000 calories, the limit of rank 9. When the explosive force had reached this level, the limit was unimaginable. Half-step true gods were actually very rare. However, Fong Ping strolled leisurely, easily killing 8 rank 9 martial artists. This gave them the feeling that he definitely had the strength of a half-step true god. In the carriage, Yan Huang crushed the jade cup in his hand with a bang. The other 3 powerhouse descendants also looked solemn at this moment, standing up one after another, no longer as indifferent as before. Yun Sheng was actually this strong. In front of Fong Ping, the sweat on the coachman's face could not stop flowing. On both sides of the carriage frame, 10 rank 9s were nervous and uneasy, surrounding Fong Ping one after another. In the carriage, there were also a few rank 9 attendants who quickly stood in front of the carriage door. Fong Ping smiled, looking at Yan Huang, saying lightly, "Yan Huang, are you provoking me?" Yan Huang's expression was livid. He had miscalculated. He also did not expect Yun Sheng to be so powerful beyond his expectations. This guy was really going to prove his Tao. Jealousy and hatred flashed in Yan Huang's eyes. If it were not for Protector Water who injured him back then, perhaps he would have proven his Tao long ago. Yun Sheng, this junior, was not qualified to be arrogant in front of him. He was still deep in thought when Fong Ping laughed again. Weaklings should have the awareness of weaklings. Status is nothing. My status is no worse than yours. Although your father is a protector, the water lineage is not afraid of him. Yan Huang, kneel and admit your mistake. I will spare your life. Silence. Then there was an uproar. Everywhere was in an uproar. At this moment, the divine court troops guarding this side had arrived. The golden-armored powerhouse who was leading the troops was also shocked. Kneel? Yun Sheng wanted Yan Huang to kneel? This was simply unbearable humiliation. Not to mention Fong Ping. Even if true Lord Earthfly was here, he would not let Yan Huang kneel to him. Was this a fight to the death? Yun Sheng. Yan Huang's expression was livid. He took a step forward and said coldly, "You want me to kneel?" "That's right." Fong Ping laughed. "Kneel and admit your mistake. I will spare your life. My patience is limited. Kneel or die." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping grabbed with one hand. Under the driver's hopeless gaze, Fong Ping crushed the other party's head with a crack. He tossed it casually, and a headless corpse fell from the sky. With this grab, even the other party's mentality was destroyed. This time, the powerhouses from all sides were shocked. So powerful. He was really a half-step true god. When the 8 monsters exploded earlier, it could still be said that Yun Sheng attacked suddenly, and the other party was not prepared. But now, this driver was extremely vigilant, but under such circumstances, he was actually killed by Yun Sheng's grab. A rank 9 was not that easy to kill, other than a true god, who dared to say that they could easily kill a rank 9. Everyone was shocked. Yan Huang's expression was also gloomy. Fong Ping, on the other hand, was smiling. Was it difficult to kill a rank 9? What was his ability? Of course, he did not use his true ability. Only Yun Sheng's vitality force of about 370,000 calories. But his current outburst had exceeded 800,000 calories. Even if he used 370,000 calories, that was almost 100% control. Of course, 100% was too obvious. Fong Ping still held back a little. But even if it was only about 350,000 calories, this had exceeded the limit of a normal rank 10 origin martial artist. Exceeding the limit, then he had the qualification to kill the opponent in a second. With Fong Ping's eyesight, he had already sensed the driver's intention to run. It was all within Fong Ping's prediction of where the other party wanted to run to. He directly predicted and attacked, killing the other party in one blow, easy. At this moment, Fong Ping was still smiling, but in the eyes of others, it was incomparably horrifying. Half-step true god. Yan Huang was in big trouble this time. Could it be that Yun Sheng really wanted Yan Huang to kneel? But this was obviously impossible. What was Yun Sheng trying to do? Was he really going to kill Yan Huang? At this time in the carriage, the woman spoke up to ease the atmosphere, smiling. Yun Sheng, everyone long time no see. Just now. Yan Huang was just before she finished speaking. Fang Ping interrupted. You kneel too. If you don't, you die. Everywhere was silent. Everyone was stunned. Domineering, too domineering. They also knew the woman. True Lord Di Ming's daughter. True Lord Di Ming. Ranked 31st among the Lord Gods. True Lord Di Fei, ranked 28th. There was not much difference between these two. Their rankings were extremely close. Moreover, true Lord Di Ming was still alive. Of course, at this moment, he was not in Heavenly Hall, but in the Heavenly Cemetery. But the other party was not dead, and Yun Sheng actually did not give him any face at all. It was too surprising. True Lord Di Ming was not from the fire lineage. Was this not offending him? The woman Hai Lan was also stunned. Then a sullen look flashed across her face. She advised kindly, but Yun Sheng was actually so domineering. Did he really think that he was a real god? Although half-step true gods were strong, they were not weaker than Yan Huang. She was not weak either. The weak did not have the right to sit in the same carriage with Yan Huang and chat. Even half-step true gods might not be able to escape if the four powerhouses joined forces. Fang Ping was still calm, saying lightly, Hurry up, my patience is limited. Having said that, he opened his mouth, saying, Yun He, kill them. He was talking about the rank 9 guards. Yun He was stunned, but then, without another word, he roared, Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, he led the 17 powerhouses under his command, swiftly killing those rank 9s near the carriage frame. He did not dare to get involved in the dispute between these powerhouses' second generation, but he was not afraid of fighting with fellow rank 9s. Previously, there were fewer people. Now that Fang Ping had killed 9 rank 9s in an instant, he did not have any hesitation. Moreover, His Highness was so powerful, it was also beyond his expectations. If he did not show his loyalty now, when would he wait? 18 rank 9s, that was a great shock. His Highness was so powerful, they also felt honored. In their opinion, the matter between His Highness and Yan Huang would probably end without a conclusion. But killing the other party's subordinates was enough to earn back their pride. These rank 9 powerhouses were fighting together in an instant. In the carriage, there were still a few rank 9 servants, as if they had received some order, dared not interfere in Fang Ping's matter, attacking instantly. 18 rank 9s against 14 rank 9s, more than 30 rank 9s. A great battle broke out nearby in an instant. The surrounding powerhouses retreated one after another. Fang Ping was not flustered, looking at Yan Huang with a smile on his face, calculating in his heart. After killing this guy, if Guardian Ho was really here, he would probably appear, right? However, even if he came, he would need time. Perhaps he would have already left. To kill or not to kill. If he killed, he would have to be careful of being blocked. At this moment, on the Divine Court Army's side, the golden-armored powerhouse flew forward, saying, Your Highness, get lost! Fang Ping's expression turned cold instantly, staring at the other party, saying coldly, I was almost hit earlier, but I didn't see you guys do anything. If you dare to interfere again, I will kill you right now. As soon as he said that, the golden-armored powerhouse's expression changed slightly. He glanced at both sides, said nothing, lowered his head and retreated. He was only a Divine Court Army powerhouse overseeing this place. This was a personal grudge. If he interfered and was killed, Commander Earthly Hero might not even care. Earlier, when he saw both sides clashing in Skywood Forest, he just wanted to step forward and say a few words. He did not expect Yun Sheng to be so domineering. His Highness Yun Sheng is really domineering, but he has the right to be domineering. Yes, a half-step true god powerhouse. If he goes to Enlightenment Cliff, he might be able to advance to true god very soon. When that time comes, it will be completely different from now. Do you guys think His Highness Yan Huang will suffer a big loss this time? I think he will at least lose face. In fact, he has already lost face. Not only did he not find fault, but he was forced to this point. This time His Highness Yan Huang is doomed. Some of them were transmitting their voices, some were whispering. Around them, there were already rank 9 martial artists dead. They were all fighting to the death, and no one dared to retreat. It was not easy for rank 9 martial artists to die, but that referred to the situation where they could escape. Now, however, both sides were just retainers. How would they dare to escape? Even if they knew they would die, they had to continue fighting. This way, death was inevitable. Yan Huang stood in the car, his expression cold, looking at Fang Ping, not saying a word. At this moment, the other 3 people also did not say a word. Yun Sheng did not give face to anyone. Speaking at this time was just asking to be humiliated. Fang Ping watched those people fighting with interest, smiling faintly. Originally, I only came to Skywood Forest to try my luck, to see if there is a chance to become a true god. I didn't expect to see such a good show. Yan Huang, quickly kneel down and admit your mistake, or else this show will be even better. You. Yan Huang was furious, but in the next moment, he could not be angry anymore. Fang Ping's chi exploded, instantly shattering the luxurious carriage, slashing his sword straight toward Yan Huang. Everyone around exclaimed. He really attacked. Too domineering, too arrogant. True Lord Earthfly's son, His Highness Yun Sheng, was not famous before, but today everyone had broadened their horizons. This person was not only powerful, but also had a fiery temper. How dare you! Yan Huang's eyes exploded with anger. A fiery red Changdao appeared in his hand instantly, slashing toward Fang Ping. The saber chi was like a fire dragon, burning the void, trying to burn Fang Ping's slash. But in the next moment, a look of horror appeared in Yan Huang's eyes. He was of the same rank as Yun Sheng. His saber chi was very domineering. Logically, even if it could not burn his opponent's sword chi, it should be enough to destroy most of it. Unexpectedly, his saber chi burned, but suddenly could not shake the sword chi. This time, the sword chi was already close to him. Yan Huang roared, hurriedly flying backward, but the sword chi followed him like a shadow. Not only that, at this moment, Fang Ping's figure disappeared in a flash, appearing in front of him in an instant, slashing again. Yan Huang tried his best to dodge. He had just avoided the first slash, but the second slash was already coming. Crack! A sound of metal breaking rang out. Yan Huang's left arm could not dodge in time, and it was cut off directly. His left arm fell off. Fang Ping was not going to let him go. His sword chi crisscrossing, his sword as fast as lightning. Around him, the 3 powerhouses' eyes flickered, not knowing if they should make a move. At this moment, while attacking, Fang Ping said indifferently, "Whoever interferes will die." As soon as these words came out, they hesitated. Yun Sheng might not dare to kill Yan Huang, but they were on the same level as Yun Sheng. Some of their fathers were not in heavenly court. If they were killed, Yun Sheng would succeed in proving his Tao, and their deaths would be in vain. Without their obstruction, although Yan Huang was also extremely strong and his vitality was similar to Fang Ping's, the gap in explosive power was not small. In less than a minute, both of Yan Huang's arms were cut off. Not only that, many sword marks appeared on his chest, blood gushing out. Fang Ping was not going to let him go. Under Yan Huang's furious gaze, he cut off the other party's head with one slash. Yan Huang was just about to regrow his head when Fang Ping stepped out, fixing the falling head in the void. He stepped on the head. His left foot stepped on the head, and his right foot kicked out. Yan Huang's legs were broken, and he knelt in the void directly. Fang Ping's mentality erupted. Although it had not reached 10,000, it was slightly stronger than Yan Huang's. He sealed the other party in an instant, not giving the other party a chance to regrow his head. The next moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. Yun Sheng stepped on Yan Huang's head. In front of him, the headless Yan Huang knelt on the ground, his head still erupting with a shrill howl, chilling everyone's heart. Too strong. The gap between the two parties was not big, but whether it was combat experience or explosive power, Yan Huang was a lot weaker than Yun Sheng. This was the reason why he was defeated in a moment. Fang Ping sneered in his heart. Old Zhang said that the combat strength of the neo-martial artists was unparalleled, invincible among the same rank. This was the truth. We lived for a short time, but we lived for decades, fighting battles that you have not fought for thousands of years. That was invincible among the same rank. Chapter 1079. Outside Skywood Forest. Fang Ping stepped on the emperor's head, looking around. Yan Huang's shrill roar sounded extremely miserable. The other three descendants of the true gods were all panicking. On the other side, the powerhouses under Yan Huang's command were furious when they saw His Highness being humiliated. They were also shocked. The difference was too big. Yan Huang did not last long. He was beheaded and his limbs were broken in less than 1,000 moves. Shocked, Yun He and the others' aura skyrocketed. They unleashed their ultimate moves without any burden. His Highness was too powerful, so powerful that they were overjoyed the moment Fang Ping chopped off Yan Huang's head. In the small town below Skywood Forest, a rank 9 powerhouse quickly wrote something on a crystal mirror. Outside Skywood Forest, true Lord Earthfly's son, Prince Yunsheng, encountered Guardian Huisun, Prince Yan Huang. Both sides were at odds. Prince Yunsheng killed the 8 source demons in the imperial carriage and attacked Prince Yan Huang. He beheaded Prince Yan Huang with 1,000 swords and forced him to kneel. The person was excited. Big news. Really big news. Who would have thought that Skywood Forest, which had been peaceful for many years, would have big news today? Prince Yunsheng was extremely powerful. He had stepped into half-step true god. He beheaded the emperor's son and forced him to kneel. If this got out, the entire pantheon would be shaken. The news spread quickly through the mirror. Pantheon. Questions Heaven Tower. This was the headquarters of the Questions Heaven Tower. Information from the 3 realms would be sent here quickly. It would be gathered here and distributed to the branches everywhere. At this moment, in the huge intelligence gathering area, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Sir, come quickly. There's news from Skywood Forest." Very soon, a rank 9 powerhouse arrived. When he saw the words, his expression changed. "I heard that Prince Yunsheng entered Pantheon and bought a 9-star intelligence. I didn't expect this to happen so soon." Having said that, he added quickly, "True Lord Earthfly is still in Pantheon. He's at True Lord Earthkey's residence. Men, bring 1 blood dragon fruit. No, 3 of them. Send them to True Lord Dichi's residence. Tell them that the Heavens Inquisition Tower wishes Prince Yunsheng to become a true god as soon as possible." This person was also a decisive person. Previously, Yunsheng had spent a blood dragon fruit to buy the information. Since that was the case, he would give him 3. This was also the reason why the Heaven Questions Tower had grown bigger and bigger since its establishment. Befriend the strong, serve the weak, earn money without offending anyone. Taoist Fengyin wasn't here all year round, but the Heaven Questions Tower was getting bigger and bigger. Not only that, the Heaven Inquiring Tower had already received news that the Tao Comprehension Cliff would be opened very soon. Perfected Lord Di Fei would definitely give a spot to Yunsheng. In this way, perhaps Yunsheng would soon become a new true god, a new divine master. After a large number of experts entered the Tomb of Heaven, the 2 true gods of the Yun family were also an impressive force. Residents of True Lord Dichi. These divine masters all had mansions in the divine court. In the hall of the mansion, the 2 peerless, strong practitioners were discussing something. Very quickly, Someone entered and said in a low voice, "Sirs, there are people from the Tianwen Tower paying a visit outside the residence. They wish to pay a visit to Lord Di Fei." Perfected Lord Di Fei asked in confusion, "Heaven Inquisition Tower?" He didn't have much contact with Taoist Fengyan, so why was he looking for him? Even though he didn't understand, he still looked at Di Qi and said, "Brother Di Qi, let me borrow this place. It's fine, I still have some matters to attend to." "No need. Brother Di Qi, let's listen together. Guardian Feng hasn't returned yet. I want to hear what they have to say too." Di Fei invited Di Qi to stay with him because he was worried that the Heaven Questions Tower would cause trouble. Now that the situation was unclear, he didn't want to pick a side right away, especially since Guardian Feng hadn't returned. He didn't want to have any contact with this guardian to avoid being misunderstood. As the two spoke, a rank 9 practitioner of the Heaven Questions Tower entered. He bowed as soon as he entered and didn't say much. He didn't have the right to speak to two true gods anyway. He quickly said, "I'm here to pay a visit to perfected Lord Di Fei by the Grand Deacon's order to congratulate him." Prince Yun Sheng advanced to half-step true god and beheaded Prince Yan Huang outside the Heavenly Wood Forest with 1,000 swords. The Heaven Questions Tower specially presents you with a small gift. Having said that, he handed over a jade box and retreated to the side respectfully. At this moment, Di Fei and perfected Lord Di Qi looked at each other in shock. Yun Sheng entered the divine court, and he even advanced to half-step true god and beheaded Prince Yan Huang outside the Heavenly Wood Forest? This they were shocked too. Di Qi was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Brother Di Fei, you hit it well, I didn't see it. Nephew Yun Sheng has advanced to half-step true god. Looks like your Yun family is going to have a second true god." Di Fei was also surprised. "Dao brother, you misunderstood me. I really didn't know. My son is not weak, and he has reached the end of the origin Dao. But my combat techniques have not reached perfection, and my control of power is not good enough. Could it be that my son improved after the battle in the graveyard of the gods?" Yun Sheng had fought many battles in the graveyard of the gods, and after returning, he went into seclusion for a few days. Could it be that he improved then? But this son of his didn't even tell him. When it came to control of power, it was hard to tell if one didn't fight. This was the difference between a half-step true god and a pinnacle rank 9. To be called a half-step true god, one's control of power had to be above 90%. No, it had to be even better. Combat techniques couldn't be too weak. One had to have a good weapon and many tricks. This was half-step true god. While he was surprised, true Lord Di Fei quickly said, "Cut off Yan Huang's head," frowning slightly. Di Fei quickly got up and said, "Dao brother, I want to make a trip to Skywood Forest. If my son attacked Yan Huang rashly, I'm worried." Di Qi was unconcerned, saying with a smile, "No need to worry, brother Di Fei. Protector Hua is not here, and there is only one divine master of the fire lineage left. Yan Huang isn't his descendant. Would he dare to risk offending you and me to harm nephew Yinsheng?" At this moment, he instantly pulled the two of them together. What was he not afraid of? Protector Hua was not here, and the divine master of the fire lineage was only a level 4 true god, much weaker than him. Now, the Yun family was going to have a new true god. 2 true gods. Even if Yun Sheng just advanced, if they joined hands, they could fight experts above level 6 true god. Di Fei did not refute, saying with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Dao brother. Why did my son think of going to Skywood Forest? There are no opportunities there. That might not be the case." The two did not waste time, quickly walking out of the mansion, tearing through the air towards Skywood Forest. As they walked, Di Qi said, "Skywood Forest is known as one of the 3 great treasure lands, and it naturally has its uniqueness. Dao brother rarely returns to Divine Court, so you don't know much. The Skywood here will sometimes emit Dao sounds, and the Dao sounds are said to be left behind by the sovereigns back then. Not only that, Skywood Forest will sometimes give birth to some divine weapons. They are all given by Skywood, forged from its branches, comparable to true divine weapons. These are also rare treasures. Di Fei was surprised, saying, "There is such a thing." Yes, it rarely happens. Previously, when the sect master was around, the sect master blocked the news. Doubt, brother! Di Fei's eyes were solemn. Could it be? Skywood has become a demon plant? That was too terrifying. The first ancient tree, even the sovereigns did not avoid this tree when they spoke about the Tao. Once it really became a demon plant, with Skywood's situation, it was possible for it to directly become an emperor demon plant. Hard to say. Di Chi shook his head, saying, "I don't know either." Skywood is still muddle-headed, but it is said it might have consciousness. It is said that the divine emperor left something on Skywood, and it might have been absorbed by Skywood over the years. So, cult master means Skywood had existed in the divine court for a long time. It did not have a consciousness before, and good things often appeared in the Skywood forest. It would be a good place for everyone to have opportunities. Moreover, Skywood was strong and hard to destroy. It was even connected to the local earth veins, so it could not be cut down rashly. But if it really had a consciousness, it would be a big deal, and it had to be strictly controlled. Maybe Cult Master is just sitting back and watching. Di Chi said softly, "The divine sect was strong before, and Cult Master and the three great guardians were there. Even if Skywood had a consciousness and became a venerable sovereign, it would not be a problem. Moreover, Skywood knows many ancient secrets, and the sovereign's back then would not hide anything from a tree. Cult Master even hoped that if Skywood had a consciousness, it might know some top secrets. But now, Cult Master is not here, and the Thunder Guardian may not be able to do anything to Skywood. Now, I only hope that nothing unexpected will happen." Di Fei thought for a while and said, "Probably not. So many years have passed. There should not be any accidents now." As the two talked, they sped up, rushing toward the Skywood forest. At the same time, Fong Ping kicked Yan Huang's head away and fixed his body in the void. He looked around and said in an overbearing manner, "You can inform the fire lineage. I am not afraid of anyone. Guardian Hua is not here, and I do not believe that anyone can do anything to me." Fong Ping was arrogant. He took Yan Huang's storage ring and laughed. "Yan Huang, I will spare your life today. If you are not satisfied, just ask your father to come and find me. I want to see if Lord Di is really still in the three realms." Yun Sheng, the headless body, let out an extremely resentful roar. Fong Ping sneered. "Trash, how dare you offend me? I am not killing you because your father is a venerable sovereign. The others would have died long ago. When I become a true god, even if Guardian Hor returns, will he dare to kill me?" Fong Ping was very arrogant, and he had the right to be arrogant. Ignoring Yan Huang, Fong Ping looked at the other three and said coldly, "Offending me earlier, all of you are also a part of it. I want to become a true god now, and I need a lot of resources. The three of you don't need me to say more." The three of them looked at each other, their expressions changing for a while. Soon one of them sighed. "Yun Sheng, we also do not have what we need to become a true god." Seeing that Fong Ping's expression was not good, this person hesitated, but still gave out a jade box a little powerless. Yan Huang was defeated. Yun Sheng looked like he was not even afraid of a venerable sovereign. How would they dare to say anything? Fong Ping opened it and took a look. His eyes moved slightly. It was a pill. A bottle. Origin Divine Pill. This thing was also a specialty of this place. It was a divine pill refined by powerhouses to provide origin chi. At rank 9, origin chi was very important. However, the production of origin chi was very slow. Some martial artists could not advance for years. With enough origin chi, they could only think of ways to squander it and refine it into divine pills to exchange for some needed resources. origin chi had attributes. Logically speaking, it could not be used. However, the divine pills refined by these people, through some means, returned origin chi to its origin. Although it consumed more, it could also be used. 10 clouds of origin chi could often only be refined into 1 cloud origin chi divine pill. That was why this thing was very valuable. However, that was relative to others. To Fang Ping, this thing was nothing. A bottle of divine pills only had about 100 pills. 1 pill could probably only provide 10 clouds of origin chi. 1,000 clouds of origin chi. Just 100 million wealth points. Of course, for others it was too precious. 1,000 clouds would consume 10,000 clouds of origin chi. At least 20 rank 9 powerhouses needed to exhaust all their origin chi to successfully refine it. This person gave this away. It was considered a bold move. The other 2 people's expressions changed, but they did not say anything. The other man also gave out origin divine pills. As for the daughter of Di Mingzhen, she gritted her teeth and gave out a fruit. Fang Ping took a look, a little surprised. The only fruit. As for its function, it did not seem to strengthen the physical body, but mentality. The effect of this only fruit to strengthen mentality would not be worse than the sky elm's holy fruit. This is good stuff. As Fang Ping thought about it, he suddenly frowned. Danger. His wealth did not increase. He was being watched. Fang Ping's mentality spread rapidly, but he did not detect anything. He was a little shocked. He had desperation combat strength, and his mentality was also the essence of desperation. It could be said that other than Origin Dao, he was a top powerhouse, but he did not gain anything. What did this mean? In the dark, could it be an emperor-level powerhouse? Who? Thunder? Storm? Or someone else? But he heard that Thunder Guardian was still in Pantheon. He could not have rushed here so quickly, right? Fang Ping was extremely vigilant. He waited for a moment, but nothing unusual happened. No one appeared, and the void nearby did not seem to have changed. Fang Ping still could not hide his vigilance. Until now, his wealth had not changed. This should not be the case. It meant that the person in the dark had not left and was still watching him. Who is it? Fang Ping probed again and again, sweeping the void again and again. There was nothing. Fang Ping was a little nervous. Even if it was an emperor level, under his sweeping, there would more or less be some clues. But now, there was really no movement. Fang Ping's mentality swept past, and also swept past the incomparably huge heavenly wood. At first, Fang Ping did not care, but in the next moment, Fang Ping's gaze moved. Heavenly wood. Was there really an emperor level here? Or was it that the one that posed a threat to him was this big tree? It could not be. Fang Ping looked at the incomparably huge tree in the distance, towering into the sky. His gaze changed for a while. This big tree was like a dead thing. It looked like a normal tree, without the slightest bit of intelligence. Was it really a dead thing? Or was there something special about it? His wealth had not changed at all until now. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Fang Ping suddenly turned and flew away from this place. Yun He and the others were still fighting. At this moment, they had almost killed all of Yan Huang's subordinates. Seeing the scene, they could not care less about the few remaining people and quickly chased after Fang Ping. They did not know why His Highness wanted to leave, but His Highness had already left. Of course, they had no interest in continuing the killing. Fang Ping flew very fast, so fast that it could not be any faster. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had flown more than 500 li, but his wealth still did not change. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly, and he flew again. After another while, he was almost 1,000 li away from Heavenly Wood Forest. At this time, Fang Ping's gaze moved. His wealth had increased. His wealth from 40 billion previously had now become 5 billion. It had increased by 500 million points. It should have something to do with Yan Huang's storage ring. But Fong Ping did not care about this. What he cared about was that he had left the 1,000 li range of Heavenly Wood Forest, and he was out of danger. What did this mean? Heavenly Wood has consciousness. Before this, it was always staring at me. Fong Ping was shocked. Such a huge monster plant. Just its size alone was much bigger than those peak-level monster plants. If it had consciousness, it might have the strength of an emperor level. However, the threatening range was only 1,000 li, which seemed to be the deterrent range of a normal emperor level. 1,000 li, that was the distance that an emperor level could travel in one step by breaking the void. Therefore, the range of 1,000 li was the deterrent range of a normal emperor level. As for top-level emperor levels or saints, the deterrent range was even larger. Back in the catacombs, the deterrent range that Li Zhu gave Fong Ping was 3,000 li. Only after exceeding 3,000 li did the danger disappear. Li Zhu might not have been staring at Fong Ping at that time. The other party might also be a Heavenly King powerhouse. The threatening range was even larger. It's not as good as Li Zhu. It's just the deterrent range of a normal emperor level. Fong Ping's eyes flickered. This tree actually had consciousness. Previously, Taoist Fengyan had also mentioned it in Intelligence, but it said that its consciousness was not strong enough to turn Heavenly Wood into a monster plant. But now, since it could threaten 1,000 li away, it meant that Heavenly Wood was alive. It could move, and its activity range covered this 1,000 li. Fong Ping once again discovered the benefits of the system. This kind of prediction of danger often allowed him to inadvertently obtain a lot of information. Interesting. It's actually alive long ago and has been hiding all this time. What is this tree trying to do? Regarding the 3 great treasure lands, Fong Ping was originally only interested in the last 2. He came to Heavenly Wood Forest because he could come and go at will. The other 2 places were much more troublesome. Who would have expected that there would be an unexpected gain here? A living, ancient monster plant. No, the first monster plant between heaven and earth. Fong Ping's eyes flickered. It was a little dangerous. Should he go back again? But a monster plant with emperor-level strength. Maybe. Could it be useful? The other party had never shown any signs of activity in the evil sect's territory. This situation meant that this tree might not trust the evil sect, or in other words, it felt threatened, so it deliberately disguised itself. Although my strength is not weak, I might not have the ability to create a big mess in the evil sect. If there's another emperor level, then it'll be enough. Fortune comes from danger. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. Go back. He had to think of a way to communicate with this tree. The first ancient tree, Fong Ping remembered. This 3 realms did not seem to have emperor-level monster plants. Sky Demon King and Myriad Demon King were all monsters. Sky Elm and Cat Tree were all impasse, not emperor-level. He had never seen an emperor-level monster plant before. Could this be the strongest monster plant in the 3 realms? Didn't Song Mao say that he wants to drink the juice of an emperor-level monster plant? Maybe. I'll have it this time. As for an emperor-level tree, Fong Ping treated it as Song Mao's dream. There was not even a saint-level tree in the 3 realms, let alone emperor-level. If there was an emperor-level, Song Mao should be smiling. In the next moment, Fong Ping turned around and flew toward Skywood Forest. Fong Ping was thinking about Song Mao. On Earth, Song Mao suddenly woke up from his sleep. Emperor-level fruit. Emperor-level drink. Song Mao's eyes widened. The liar had encountered an emperor-level monster plant. Where was it? The Kunwang family had an emperor-level tree? This cat had never encountered an emperor-level tree in its entire life. The liar was going to get rich? This luck was too good. This cat wanted to go. This cat wanted to grab a tree. Song Mao swallowed frantically. Emperor-level tree, emperor-level tree. He had eaten this emperor-level fish and beef before. He had eaten even saint-level. As for Heavenly King, Sea Guardian, that big fish was still there. Sooner or later, there would be a chance. However, this cat had never eaten emperor-level fruits and drinks before. Song Mao was extremely hungry. In the next moment, it suddenly closed its eyes and quickly appeared in Fong Ping's mind. Like a pug, it stuck out its tongue and said excitedly, Snatch, no, go pick. Go pick a big tree. Pick an emperor-level tree. Liar, I want to eat, I want to drink. Can you give it to me? I'll give you 10 divine weapons. You can repay your debt. Fong Ping flew and flew, extremely speechless. When this cat heard about food, its reaction was really fast. He often thought about cats, but he had never seen this cat's reaction so fast. Big cat, do you know about heavenly wood? The big tree that celestial court used to survive. Heavenly wood? Song Mao tried its best to recall. Very quickly it said, I know, the tree that old man Emperor God wanted to plant back then. But he didn't succeed. Big dog, and I also climbed up to play back then. I think it's dead. It's alive? Liar, go snatch. Go pick it up. Emperor level, I can't beat it. Fong Ping was calm. Go ahead and be anxious. I can't beat it. I can't beat it. Song Mao was about to die from anxiety. Suddenly it said, It's okay if I can't beat it. Lie to it. It's just a silly piece of wood. Lie to it. It definitely can't leave. Otherwise, it can't transform. It's too big. Tell it that you have the primordial chaos technique. Yes, it's the primordial chaos technique. You can make it transform. Then trick some delicious food and drinks back. Fong Ping was dumbfounded. This cat was really proactive this time. It actually took the initiative to help him think of a way to lie to people. No, to demons. It's an emperor level. How can it be so stupid? There is. Song Mao said hurriedly, the primordial chaos technique exists. It was thought up by the old man Emperor God years ago. It's for demon plants to transform. Most people don't know this. Since that tree is alive, maybe it heard it from the old man Emperor God. Once you lie, it'll believe it. But I won't. Just say that it's not on you. This thing needs to be inherited. Liar, it's easy to trick. You can do it. I believe you. You can definitely trick it, successfully. Fong Ping was stunned again. This cat really believed in my trickery. Who have I lied to? I, Fong Ping, never lie. Fong Ping was depressed, but he was secretly happy. It seemed like there was hope to trick it. It was just a tree. Song Mao had said that the primordial chaos technique really existed. It was amazing that it knew the name. If that tree really had memories from ancient times, maybe it knew about it too. If that was the case, it would be even easier to trick. Fong Ping calmed himself down. Forget it. I, the king of man, will be shameless for once and lie to the tree. I won't lie. Trees aren't people. P.S. Recommending a new book. White rice's capital is Earth. A new book on the list. Everyone, please support and collect it. Chapter 1080. Skywood Forest. Fong Ping left first, then returned quickly. At this moment, the powerhouses who were helping Yan Huang break the seal had a slight change in expression. The 3 Paragon descendants felt their movements stiffen. Why did he come back? Fong Ping ignored them completely, flying toward Heavenly Wood Forest. After he left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yan Huang did not say a word, waiting for the seal to be lifted. His head grew back quickly, his face pale. Fong Ping beheaded him and forced him to kneel in front of everyone. Such humiliation could not be washed away by the waters of the bitter sea. Beside him, the few injured rank 9 subordinates looked anxious. Out of the many powerhouses who went out to fight, only 4 were left now. Heavy losses. Even in Guardian, whose emperor territory, there were not many rank 9s. Yan Huang's identity was noble. This time he brought nearly 1/3 of the rank 9 powerhouses, but now almost all of them are killed. Yun Sheng, A weak voice came from Yan Huang's mouth, staring at Yun Sheng, who was flying toward Skywood Forest. Yan Huang's eyes were extremely cold. Go. After saying that, Yan Huang turned and left. He could not stay in Skywood Forest any longer. If he continued to stay here, he would only lose more face. As soon as he left, the 4 subordinates hurriedly followed. The 3 Paragon descendants took a look at Yun Sheng, who was still here. They did not want to stay any longer and quickly followed, after flying for a distance. The hatred in Yan Huang's eyes was obvious. He gritted his teeth and said, Yun Sheng dared to bully me like this. How can I let it go if I don't kill him? No one dared to say anything. Yan Huang was furious. Then his eyes turned cold. Return to Fire Country. Send troops to attack Water Country. Let the countries near Defei God Nation join forces to besiege Defei God Nation. Your Highness, a severely injured rank 9 subordinate said hesitantly. Your Highness, true Lord Defei is still here, and he's in God Palace. How dare you? Yan Huang was furious. He suddenly reached out and crushed his head under the other party's disbelieving gaze. This person was already heavily injured. How could he resist? His mentality was destroyed instantly. The others trembled with fear. When the woman who spoke earlier saw this, she said softly, Yan Huang, calm down. Now that things have come to this, it's useless to get angry. It's unwise to start a war now. Immortal Defei is still in the Divine Court, but Lord Protector is... Yan Huang said coldly, so what if perfected Defei is here? He's just a true god. How could he resist a venerable sovereign? As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them were shocked. Protector, who didn't go to the Tomb of Heaven? In fact, they had seen Protector Hu before. However, experts were mysterious. Even if they had seen him, it would be useless. Unless he attacked, and an expert of the same level could sense his aura, otherwise, no one would know what Protector whose identity was in the outside world. Are there any other venerable sovereigns in the 3 realms? They racked their brains. Now they had confirmed that the venerable sovereigns in the 3 realms were Thunder, Wind, and Cloud, as well as Underworld, who they didn't know if he had reached the sovereign realm or not. Could it be that there were more venerable sovereigns hiding? The few of them guessed, but they did not dare to ask in detail. If Protector Hu was still around but had been hiding, it would be big news. What did Protector Hu want to do? However, Yan Huang did not say anything else. His expression was cold as he quickly tore through the sky and left. He wanted to start a war. Even if he could not kill Yinxing now, he would not let him have an easy time. Enlightened Cliff was about to open. Although his father was not in the Divine Court now, there was still a Master God in the Fire lineage. With his identity, it would not be a problem for him to occupy that Master God's quota. Enlightened Cliff. Yan Huang made up his mind. When they reached Enlightened Cliff, Yun Sheng would definitely go. Didn't he want to prove his Tao? Let him die and see how he could prove his Tao. Yan Huang did not believe that everyone wanted to see Yinxing become a true god. All these years, there had been constant movements in the Divine Court. There had not been a new god for so many years, but it was not impossible to take that step. Skywood Forest. Fang Ping did not care what Yan Huang thought. He did not kill Yan Huang because he felt that killing him now might not be good for him. As for Yan Huang starting a war, who cares? Fang Ping could not wait for the evil sect to fight to the death. It would be better if they started a war now. Even if Defei's God Nation was destroyed, it was none of his business. At this moment, he had to land and move forward. Skywood Forest was a little special. Flying close to the area covered by the roots would be greatly affected. Sometimes one would even encounter some space rifts and be cut to death directly. In the Celestial Realm fragment, the damage of space rifts was even greater. Fang Ping suspected that this was Skywood's doing. It deliberately did not let people fly to prevent others from discovering something. Fang Ping looked at the branches that towered into the sky. vaguely making a judgment in his heart. Maybe. Skywood's consciousness was hidden high up in the sky. Skywood's main trunk was too big. Its consciousness might not be densely distributed in every part of the branches. Landing on the ground, there were demon roars coming from all around. Behind Fong Ping, Yun he rushed over with the rank 9 powerhouses. Yun he looked excited at this moment. Fong Ping was powerful. As his subordinates, they also had face and confidence. As soon as they caught up, Yun he said, "Your Highness, there are demons living in Skywood Forest, but they are not strong. The main danger here is those extending branches. Although Skywood has no consciousness, it has instincts. Those branches will protect Skywood's main trunk. If we go deeper inside, it will be easy for us to be attacked by those branches." As he spoke, beside him, a small tree broke through the air and whipped toward him. Yun he slashed with his sword, chopping off the branch. The branch broke. Fong Ping glanced at it. His eyes moved slightly. "Don't these branches produce the fountain of life? Your Highness, these branches have no consciousness. They will not condense the fountain of life on their own." Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. In the land realm, the spiritual energy in the land realm is not as abundant as in Heavenly Court. Those demon plants can condense a large amount of fountain of life. In Heavenly Court, the spiritual energy here is even denser. I see that the spiritual energy here is not abundant enough. In fact, it is a little sparse. Is it not absorbed by Skywood? Yun he explained, it should be absorbed by Skywood. However, Skywood needs to maintain its growth. It has no consciousness, so there is probably no fountain of life. Of course, if your Highness needs it, there are still some in the country. Fong Ping raised his hand. This was not what he cared about. It was that this tree had grown for so many years in the heavenly realm, where the energy was the densest. How many years had it been? 10,000 years, that was for sure. In these 10,000 years, this tree did not move. It did not fight or heal. The energy in the nearby area seemed to be a little sparse. Where did the energy go? 10,000 years. The rank 9 demon plants in the catacombs could condense so much life essence in a few hundred years. What about this Skywood? Did it cultivate to emperor level and use it up? That was not possible. Even if this tree did not cultivate, it might have the strength of an emperor level. So much energy had disappeared. Did no one think about where the energy went? Even if it maintained its daily survival, it did not need so much energy. Fong Ping was very sensitive to this. He was used to being poor. Or rather, humans were used to being poor. He was very concerned about energy, unlike other forces who did not care much about energy. With this Skywood size, it should not be a problem to condense 1,000 caddies of life essence in a year, right? 10,000 years. 10 million caddies. Fong Ping could not imagine where so much life essence had gone to. 1 caddy of life essence was worth 5 billion. 10 million caddies. Fong Ping felt that he could not calculate it. He only knew that if he had so much life essence, he could increase his wealth by 5 trillion points. It was unimaginable. Did Skywood have so much life essence? Probably not. With so much life essence, the energy is so rich that people within 10,000 miles can sense it. But I can't sense it now. That means that Skywood did not condense that much. Maybe the sky is bearing fruit? Fong Ping's heart stirred. Emperor-level fruit. He had never seen an emperor-level fruit. Could he fish some out this time? King Kuen has been guarding the cult for so many years. I don't believe that he doesn't know anything. Even Taoist Windcloud came to investigate and felt that Skywood has a consciousness. It's impossible that King Kuen doesn't know. Then what does King Kuen plan to do? Could it be that he's also waiting for something? Fong Ping was thinking about this. Around him, Yun He and the others helped to clear the way. In the forest, there were some powerhouses, but when they saw Fong Ping and the others, they quickly left. Previously, When Fong Ping defeated Blazing Emperor in the sky, they saw it. It was better to stay away from such a domineering powerhouse. Of course, not everyone had left this place. Just as Fong Ping was still thinking about how to communicate with Skywood later, in front of him, a young woman smiled and said, "Yunsheng, you're here!" Fong Ping said nothing and waited for a while. As expected, Yunhee, who was beside him, quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Highness, by Rome." Fong Ping understood. When he asked Yunsheng back then, Fong Ping also asked if he had any good friends. Yunsheng had mentioned Bai Rong, the daughter of Supreme Ground Ping. Supreme Ground Ping's ranking was not high. His strength was average, not as strong as Difei. However, both parties had a good relationship. Bai Rong and Yunsheng were also on good terms. Fong Ping did not really want to pay attention to them. Meeting acquaintances was very troublesome. However, at this moment he still nodded slightly and said, "You're here too." Bai Rong also brought a few subordinates with her. As she walked towards him, she smiled and said, "I'm just trying my luck." Recently, someone in Skywood seems to have heard the voice of Tao. I've been stuck at the Origin Realm for many years. Let's see if there's a chance to advance further. The voice of Tao was the first opportunity in Skywood Forest. Once they encountered it, they might see a sovereign preaching. Of course, it might not necessarily be a sovereign. It could also be other powerhouses. From Fong Ping's point of view, preaching was actually not very useful. The so-called preaching was to explain some of the reorganization of strength, the use of combat techniques, the composition of origin, and so on. He had actually heard of these things before. Li Zhan's origin was explained in detail. Old Zhang had also mentioned it. Of course, there might be some differences when a sovereign preached. Fong Ping had not seen a sovereign before, nor had he heard of it. He did not know the specifics. However, Bai Rong and the others were interested. There were probably still some benefits. Did you find it then? It's not that easy. Bai Rong smiled bitterly. The voice of Tao can only be encountered but not sought. It's usually gone in a flash, unless you wait here all the time. Otherwise, the chances of encountering it are too small. Yunsheng, you're better than me. I saw you and Yan Huang fighting just now. Looks like you're going to achieve true God soon. Fong Ping smiled. It's not that easy. It's still early. After a few polite words, Fong Ping said again, I also want to try my luck. Together? Sure. Bai Rong agreed readily. Fong Ping was also speechless. He was just being polite. However, true Lord Ground seemed to still be in the cult. It was fine to cozy up to her. She was the daughter of a paragon after all. She might be useful in the future. Both of them met up. There were more powerhouses under their command. At this time, although there were some accidents along the way, there were fewer twists and turns. Those attacking branches were quickly cut off, not causing any harm. As they walked, Fong Ping also saw the gigantic main trunk in front of him. It seemed to be right in front of him. Near the main trunk, there were some powerhouses sitting cross-legged on the ground. Someone had been waiting here, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a chance. The circumference of the main trunk was about 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Every 100 meters or so, there was a rank 9 powerhouse, as if they were divided into their respective areas. Around them, many rank 9 powerhouses gathered. Seeing Fong Ping and Bai Rong, many powerhouses sitting cross-legged looked at them. After looking for a while, they closed their eyes one after another, not making a sound. There would often be people rushing over here. Fong Ping looked for a while, looked up at the sky, and said softly, They're all sitting below. Has no one gone up? As soon as these words were spoken, someone said indifferently, Your Highness Yunsheng must be joking. Unless it's a true god, otherwise there will be countless spatial cracks after ascending a kilometer. It's extremely dangerous, and we don't dare to rashly throw our lives away. It wasn't that no one had tried, but the main trunk was densely covered with spatial cracks after climbing for a kilometer or so. By Rome also explained there are cracks in the vicinity of a kilometer. Origin realm experts will most likely die if they go there. Even a true god would be in danger of dying if he went there. It was said that the sect master had once gone to a high altitude of 100,000 feet in the past. But when he came back, he warned everyone that even venerable sovereigns would be in danger of dying there. Over the years, very few people have gone up there. She had done some research before coming here. As for Fang Ping, he knew a little but not in detail. It was normal that he did not know much since it was his first time here. Fang Ping took a look at the sky. Was there no end to it, even after 100,000 feet? 10,000 zhang. That was more than 30,000 meters. Just how tall was this tree? Moreover, it was so dangerous. With so many people below, Fang Ping did not think that he could communicate with Heavenly Wood here. Fang Ping did not say anything. He walked slowly towards the gigantic trunk. The trunk was a withered yellow instead of golden yellow. The trunk was very smooth. Fang Ping approached it and looked at it for a while. Suddenly he punched it. The powerhouses around him frowned slightly. Someone said lightly, "Your Highness Yun Sheng, this is Heavenly Wood. Even if it doesn't have a consciousness, its body is extremely powerful. Even emperor weapons can't hurt it." It was just a waste of effort. Another person laughed. Back then, Lord Heavenly Guardian once said that if he could refine Heavenly Wood, he might be able to forge a powerful divine weapon. This is the material of a divine weapon. Your Highness, you don't think that only true gods can hurt it, do you? Divine weapon. It was not that no one had thought about Heavenly Wood, but the weak could not damage it at all. Powerhouses. King Kuin should be able to. However, King Kuin seemed to have no intention of cutting Heavenly Wood. Perhaps he felt that even if he could forge a divine weapon, he did not know how, so he did not move. Fang Ping ignored them. With a punch, a rebounding force came from the withered yellow tree trunk. Fang Ping's body shook slightly, but he did not retreat. Instead, he revealed a thoughtful expression. Seeing this, the others were a little afraid. Just now, everyone deliberately ignored this point. They did not mention that the force would be rebounded. Yun Sheng attacked and was rebounded, but he was unharmed. This meant that his strength was really strong. Fang Ping attacked, then went forward to touch it. He smiled lightly. It's a good treasure. This tree might really be able to forge a divine weapon. Even if it was not forged, just based on its nature, it would still be a top-notch emperor weapon. Of course, Fang Ping did not know how to forge a divine weapon. Those who knew in the three realms were probably dead or had disappeared. Anyway, the cat had said that the three realms had a limited number of divine weapons. If one was broken, there would be one less. On one hand, the raw materials were rare. On the other hand, no one knew how to forge divine weapons anymore. Fang Ping was also envious of the raw materials that could be used to forge divine weapons. His current god-slaying saber was only a broken divine weapon. Moreover, it was not his own. For weapons, of course, it would be best if it was the most suitable for him. The god-slaying saber's increase in his strength was limited. Other than being of great help to Fang Ping in cutting the origin, it was not as helpful as he imagined in other aspects. If he could forge a divine weapon that belonged to him, Fang Ping might be able to rely on the divine weapon to greatly increase his strength. I'll go up and take a look. Fang Ping threw these words and stepped into the air directly. Seeing him rise into the air, Yun, he said anxiously, "Your Highness, it's dangerous." Bai Rong also said, "Yun Sheng, forget it. When it reaches 3,000 feet, there are many spatial cracks. It's extremely dangerous." "It's okay." Fang Ping smiled. "I know what I'm doing." Having said that, he stepped into the air and rose a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Behind him, Yun He and the rest wanted to follow. Fang Ping said calmly, "No need. I'll go up and take a look myself." "Your Highness, be careful." "It's okay." Fang Ping continued to step into the air. Below, some powerhouses transmitted their voices to each other. How high do you think Yunsheng can go? 2,000 feet. It should be more than that. 3,000 feet is a threshold. 3,000 feet is close to the lethality of a true god. When Yunsheng defeated Blazing Emperor earlier, I'm afraid he has the strength of a half-step true god. I'm guessing it's above 250 feet. It won't be difficult. That might not be the case. Heavenly wood is incomparably magical. I've observed it for so many years. I've always felt that how high one can fly on heavenly wood is related to the length of the origin Tao. 3,000 feet is also a threshold between a true god and a non-true god. Of course, there are other factors involved. Even if Yunsheng has the strength of a half-step true god, he might not be able to go that high. Everyone spoke one after another, discussing among themselves. Actually, heavenly wood could also be seen as a place to test one's strength. Perhaps even one's potential could be tested. The stronger the origin Tao, the further one could go. Both were 900 meters. Some might only be able to fly about 500 meters, while others might exceed 900 meters. That meant there was a gap between the potential of both parties. Whether Yunsheng could reach 3,000 feet, these people felt that the chances were not high. Even if Yunsheng's strength was strong, it did not mean that his potential was strong. Everyone looked up and kept their eyes on Fangping. However, very soon, about 2,000 feet or so, Fangping stopped in his tracks. His body trembled slightly. This time, someone shook his head. It looked like he could not do it. It was only 2,000 feet, and there was already pressure. It was probably difficult. Interesting. Fangping's gaze flickered. At this moment, he had walked more than 600 meters, but he already felt some pressure. Pressure from the origin. In the air, there seemed to be something suppressing the origin. When he flew here, the origin seemed to have stagnated for a moment. His aura was a little stagnant, blocked. It can stop others, but it can't stop me. Fangping chuckled and continued to rise. The higher he went, the greater the pressure. At this moment, some cracks appeared. However, even if Fangping did not block them and let them cut him, they could not hurt him. The damage force of less than 300,000 calories vitality is probably close to the so-called second heaven's destructive force. It's enough to deal with ordinary rank 9 and 10 stage. However, my golden body is a 9th forged golden body. The ultimate outburst is the limit of my golden body. Fangping looked calm. The damage force of less than 800,000 calories vitality was ineffective against him, and 800,000 calories was not even enough for a third heaven formation. If it was a fourth heaven formation, Fangping would be in mortal danger. I don't believe that you can maintain these cracks forever. Fangping continued to rise. 700 meters, 800 meters, 900 meters at this moment. The people below were already a little dizzy from watching. The higher they went, the less they could see. Powerhouses had good eyesight, but this place was strange. With the suppression of the origin, how far they could see was actually related to the length of the origin path. When Fangping reached 900 meters, there were only a few people who could see him. Yunsheng is indeed not weak. I think he might really have a chance to become a true god. Yeah, the last person to reach such a high origin was Duanmu, Holy Sun. Duanmu, Holy Sun, has been in closed-door cultivation these days. I'm afraid he's going to succeed. Guardian, saints, descendants of saints, those were the Holy Sons. I didn't expect His Highness Yunsheng to go so far. It's unexpected. Everyone was discussing. Below, Bai Rong's eyes were also moving. Yunsheng was so strong, and his potential was high too. She had underestimated Yunsheng in the past. Maybe finding a Tao partner was not bad. Fangping did not care what Bai Rong thought. When he reached about 1,000 meters high, his body trembled slightly, and he felt a stronger sense of pressure again. You're not going up? Fong Ping snorted softly. A golden glow erupted from his body, forcing the pressure away. At this moment, he looked down, and it was a little blurry. Presumably, the people below might not see what he was doing. It's so mysterious. It seems like there's really something hidden. Just as Fong Ping was thinking, the tree trunk in front of him seemed to become transparent. In the next moment, an image suddenly appeared. An old man whose face could not be seen sat cross-legged on the ground, his mouth open and closed. There were many people sitting in front of him, and they all seemed to be listening. Fong Ping could not hear the sound, but in the next moment a somewhat complicated fluctuation sounded in his mind. The great path is boundless, and the foundation is to strengthen the foundation. The foundation is like the foundation. If the foundation is not strong, how can the great path go far? Fong Ping's eyes were slightly confused, and the old man's voice continued to sound in his mind. Different from the current paragons who blindly went long, this old man seemed to be talking about width. This was also Fong Ping's first time hearing a powerhouse say, "First go wide, then go long." In his mind, not only was the old man talking, but the people in front of him were also talking. "Teacher, the great path is boundless, and the three realms are filled with countless dangers. If we don't move forward and only strengthen the foundation, our strength will be limited. How can we rise in the three realms? That's not wrong. Cat, don't mess around. That's not for eating." Fong Ping was stunned. He saw it. He saw a cat sneakily digging at the bamboo basket that the old man put aside. This cat was really something. In the next moment, Fong Ping saw a scene that made him even more speechless. That big cat, with a small snake-like creature in its mouth, turned around and ran. The small snake was struggling. The old man seemed a little helpless. In front of him, some of the disciples saw it and scolded. "Cat, put down the sky dragon. That's not for eating." "Meow, it can be eaten." "Put down the sky dragon quickly. That's the mount that teacher prepared for transportation. It's not a dragon, it's a snake deceiving the cat." The cat ran very fast, and the image seemed a little illusory at this point. Fong Ping also felt that he did not gain anything this time. But in the next moment, the old man's words surprised Fong Ping. "Put down the dragon transformation. This is a mutant." Fong Ping was stunned again. Dragon transformation? Who? Celestial Emperor dragon transformation? F***CK. Wasn't the Celestial Emperor dragon transformation known as one of the oldest venerable emperors in the three realms? Didn't he say that he had seen the cat when it was weak? Could it be that this was how he saw it? He saw it in the cat's mouth? Who is this old man? Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. He only knew that the dragon transformation Celestial Emperor might be related to the Beast Emperor. Could it be that this old man was the Beast Emperor? As Fong Ping pondered, the image ended here. As for Fong Ping, his body sank. He had stayed here for a long time, and the pressure seemed to have increased. Chapter 1081. Who was that old man just now? At this moment, the voice in Fong Ping's mind informed him that the scene on the tree trunk had ended. The other party was prepared to use Dragon Morph as a mount. Celestial Emperor Dragon Morph was not a weakling. Of course, that was referring to now. Celestial Emperor Dragon Morph was one of the 4 Brahma Lords. Even if he was not a saint, his strength was close to that. Back then, Celestial Emperor Dragon Morph seemed to be in his childhood, and the little snake was very small. If he calculated it, it might have been 10,000 years. Celestial Emperor Dragon Morph might have lived for more than 10,000 years. The other party was a demon, and the demon's lifespan was longer. Celestial Emperor Dragon Morph was facing the end of his lifespan. Perhaps it meant that he had lived for a longer time. The cat in the scene was not as fat and big as it was now. It still looked like a kitten. Those people in the scene are all dead. Fong Ping was still recalling the look of the person who asked the question just now. The other party said to move forward bravely. Although a solid Tao was strong, if one did not move forward, how could one move forward? These words, Fang Ping had actually heard many people say it. Before he became a martial artist, he knew that there were twice honing and thrice honing. Old Wang told him that it was stupid to give up on becoming stronger for the sake of a solid foundation. Act according to one's ability. Don't lay a foundation for the sake of laying a foundation. When he was a golden body 7th refinement, Old Zhang also said similar words to him. Don't stop at rank 8 for the sake of 8th refinement or 9th refinement. Move forward. This was the foundation for powerhouses to become stronger. If you did not move forward, no matter how solid your foundation was, it was still trash. Just like the origin of Tao, if you did not move forward, even if it was widened to 10,000 meters and doubled, it would only be comparable to the impasse realm. If you walked forward 10,000 meters, you would have become an emperor. As he thought about it, Fang Ping suddenly murmured, "The person who asked. I seem to be a little familiar." Fang Ping was a little incredulous. Familiar? He had seen a few ancient powerhouses. But how could he be familiar with this old man student? Who? Fang Ping murmured, recalling the person's appearance just now. However, his memory was a little fuzzy. The old man's appearance could not be seen at all. The young man who asked the question gradually disappeared from his memory. Fang Ping's heart trembled slightly, suddenly calling frantically in his mind, "Cat, cat, come quickly, answer the phone!" He called out, and the next moment the cat appeared with its tongue hanging out and drooling. It said impatiently, "Liar, did you trick big blockhead?" Fang Ping was too lazy to talk about this. He said, "Quickly!" The dragon-transformed celestial emperor. Whose mount was it back then? The beast emperor's? Ah, the cat was stunned. It scratched its head with its claws and said after a while, "No way? I don't remember." "No." Fang Ping frowned and asked, "Didn't you say that Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation stole the Beast Emperor's divine weapon? If he's not the Beast Emperor's mount, how could he be related to the Beast Emperor? Do I have to be related to the Beast King to steal it?" Sang Mao asked gloomily. There was something that the cat didn't say. Besides, who said that the divine weapon was stolen by the dragon-turned-heavenly emperor? Isn't it with me? You even believed what I tricked you the last time. Of course, there was no need to say this out loud. Fang Ping continued. In the ancient times, you snatched a small snake from an old man's bamboo basket. That was the dragon transformation emperor. Who was that old man? Who were his disciples? Old man? Little snake? The cat was confused. What old man? So many old men. Which one are you talking about? Eat snakes. I don't eat snakes. No, I ate one before. It was the Myriad Demon King's elder. The Catacombs Myriad Demon King, the emperor of the Myriad Demon Royal Court. His elder was stewed by the heavenly dog. This was what the cat said. As for whether it was the heavenly dog's stew or the cat's stew, no one knew. Fang Ping thought about it and said, "Then let me ask you, the extreme path for heavenly emperors, are they self-taught, or do they have a teacher?" He felt that the person who spoke just now was somewhat familiar. The ancient powerhouses that he was truly familiar with were actually the reincarnated Old Wang and the other two, advancing bravely, not caring about the vastness of the great path, not laying a foundation for the sake of laying a foundation. He dared to question his own teacher, a supreme powerhouse, in front of so many powerhouses. This kind of character was actually very rare in the ancient times. In the eyes of ancient powerhouses, powerhouses were supreme. Don't look at how it was just a question. This kind of courage was not something that anyone could say casually. Extreme path, heavenly emperor. The cat scratched its head and said, "I don't remember. When this cat was young, they were already very powerful. I already said that when I was young, Big Black Face said that he was going to lock me in the little black house. It was terrible. Did they have a teacher?" Fang Ping exhaled. If that was the case, that person just now was not Old Wang and the rest. That was true. Who could be the teacher of the extreme path, heavenly emperor? However, this cat fellow actually did not remember any of these at all. This also made Fong Ping speechless. As expected, this cat only knew how to eat and sleep. It did not know anything that it should know. Forget it. It's useless to ask. It's all ancient times. Even if old Wang and the rest really had a teacher, so what? Fong Ping shook his head. Teachers were not necessarily stronger than students. This point, just looking at Lu Fengru and him would know. As for who that person just now was, there was no need to delve into it. It was more likely that he had died long ago. Fong Ping did not speak to the cat anymore. This cat was urging him to make food again. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Fong Ping continued to climb. 1,000 meters, 1,100 meters, 1,200 meters, the pressure was increasing. There were more and more space-time cracks. When he reached 1,500 meters, Fong Ping's body also had streaks of blood marks. At this moment, in front of Fong Ping, on the trunk of the big tree, another image appeared. This image, there were very few people. 2 people. Fong Ping could not see their faces clearly. If he could not see their faces clearly, it usually meant that the other party was powerful. Back then, Skywood could not capture the other party's appearance. 2 people, an old man, a middle-aged man. The old man had snow-white hair. The middle-aged man had a head of black hair. Both of them walked slowly beside Skywood, one in front and one behind. There was no sound. After an unknown amount of time, there was a fluctuation in Fong Ping's mind. "Teacher, do we really want to do this?" The middle-aged man asked, his voice a little complicated. "Yes, but Vent." Fong Ping was shocked. "Who?" "Li Vent. Sky Subduer." This middle-aged man was Sky Subduer. Sky Subduer had a teacher? In the image, the old man turned around, his tone bleak. "The Immortal Source Project is already unstoppable. The Emperors have already reached a secret agreement. The human world will be destroyed, and the Earth realm will be cut off. I can't stop all of this. However, the human world is the place where Teacher proved his Tao." The 4 Emperors did not agree. Zhan even shot out an arrow to intimidate the Emperors. This action will definitely cause trouble in the future. The heavenly realm will not be at peace. The 9 Emperors and 4 Emperors' conflict cannot be reconciled. Vent, the student has surpassed the master. Teacher will entrust you with something. Teacher's orders. The image dissipated again. Fong Ping was silent. He somewhat knew what the old man was going to say next. Protect the human world. Sky Subduer said that he was entrusted to protect the human world. It turned out that it was his teacher. Who was his teacher? Listening to this tone, it was not the 9 Emperors and 4 Emperors. It was possible that the Sky Subduer's teacher was not a nobody. The other party proved his Tao in the human world. He directly called Sky Emperor Zhan by name instead of Sky Emperor Zhan. What did this mean? Did it mean that both parties were equal in strength, equal in status, or was it something else? The events of the ancient times seemed to have opened a gap for him. Fong Ping knew more and more. Is Sky Subduer's teacher still alive? He said that Sky Subduer surpassed the master. Does that mean Sky Subduer is stronger than him? The old man dared to participate in the matter of the 9 Emperors and 4 Emperors back then. Could it be that Sky Subduer is stronger than Sky Subduer? One by one, doubts rose in Fong Ping's mind again. Every time the doubts were answered, there would be more doubts. Fong Ping continued to walk upward. After walking a certain distance, a different image would appear. 2,000 meters. Fong Ping saw another image again. This time, the look in Fong Ping's eyes changed. He recognized one of them. Iron Head. No, Celestial Emperor Batian. That armor was too eye-catching. As soon as he saw the armor, Fong Ping knew that it was Celestial Emperor Batian. At this moment, Iron Head was talking to someone. Both of them were the same. He could not see their faces clearly. The one who spoke was Iron Head. Battle. You don't dare to fight anymore. Are you afraid to die? Died in battle. died here, died in the heavenly court. I'm going to destroy the heavenly court today. Are you going to stop me?" In the images of both of them fluctuated violently. Maybe it was because Celestial Emperor Batian was emotional and his chi was so vigorous that Skywood could not bear it. Celestial Emperor Reverse. This was the first time Fong Ping heard news about Celestial Emperor Reverse. Among the four extreme path Celestial Emperors, the only one he did not understand was Celestial Emperor Reverse. He knew nothing about him. In the image, the blurry figure of Celestial Emperor Reverse did not speak. Celestial Emperor Reverse said angrily again, "Tell me you don't dare to do it anymore, do you? If you don't dare, then get lost. Don't stop me. Died in battle. Damn, Heavenly Hound, it ruined my plan. Damn it, bastard. That bastard Heavenly Hound ran away, or else I'll break its bones and skin it alive." At this moment, Celestial Emperor Reverse said slowly, "Heavenly Hound blocking the way may not be a bad thing. Not a bad thing." Celestial Emperor Reverse was agitated. "That bastard. If I had the time to look for it, I would have smashed it with a punch. Do, are you in cahoots with them?" "Sigh, stop sighing. You must be in cahoots with them." "I'm not afraid." "What bullsh asterisk T Emperor. I'm not afraid of them. Come and fight, I'm not afraid. Today, I'm going to destroy the heavenly court. The three realms have no master. They are not qualified to be my master." Along with these words, Celestial Emperor Reverse's chi exploded. In the next moment, he dashed into the distance. Kaboom! A loud noise came from Fong Ping's mind. The image was broken. At the last moment, Celestial Emperor Reverse seemed to have seen something. Even though he could not see the face, Fong Ping could feel that Celestial Emperor Reverse was looking at him. No, at Heavenly Wood. All of this was recorded by Heavenly Wood. Celestial Emperor Reverse seemed to have sensed the imprint of Heavenly Wood. "Are you going to become a monster as well?" Celestial Emperor Reverse murmured, "Everything in the world is bitter. With wisdom there will be troubles. Why bother?" Celestial Emperor Reverse murmured. He reached out and touched Heavenly Wood. "It's hard for humans, but it's harder for monsters. How many more days of peace can this world have? Many years later, when we all disappear from this world, can you survive? The war is about to begin. Live on." As soon as he finished his words, a ball appeared in his hand and he threw it into Heavenly Wood. "I'll save your life. Good luck." The image was completely broken. Fong Ping's eyes flickered. Celestial Emperor Reverse left Heavenly Wood with energy? Energy to protect it? Was this the reason why Heavenly Wood had survived since the ancient times? Back then, Heavenly Wood was outside the Heavenly Court? Celestial Emperor Reverse seemed to have broken into the Heavenly Court and Heaven Emperor Jean had already fallen? If so, when Celestial Emperor Reverse and Celestial Emperor Destroy worked together, they caused the collapse of the Heavenly Realm? Or did Celestial Emperor Reverse join the war as well? Judging from Celestial Emperor Reverse's tone, he should be ready to join the war. Ironhead, this guy is so reckless. Fong Ping was speechless. This guy broke into the Heavenly Court directly. How domineering. As expected, he was delayed by Heavenly Hound. Heavenly Hound hid and dared not show up. This Heavenly Wood has witnessed too many things. It witnessed the preaching of a sovereign, the destruction of the Heavenly Court, the battle between a Celestial Emperor and a sovereign. Because it was a tree, it survived. As he watched, Fong Ping suddenly felt something was wrong. How could it see these things so easily? If that was the case, the evil sect's apex should have seen it. However, the 9-star intelligence did not mention it at all. If Taoist Fengyan really saw it, then it would not be a judgment that Heavenly Wood had a consciousness. It would be a confirmation that Heavenly Wood had a consciousness. Because in the ancient times, Celestial Emperor Reverse said that it was about to become a monster. At that time, Heavenly Wood should have a certain level of consciousness. What's going on? Fong Ping looked up. 2,000 meters. He was already under a lot of pressure. If he went any higher, his golden body might not be able to withstand it. But why would this Heavenly Wood show him these? Fang Ping believed that Heavenly Wood did this on purpose, because Heavenly Wood had a consciousness. It was impossible that it could not be controlled. Fang Ping suddenly said, "Heavenly Wood, since you're alive, how about we exchange a few words?" Silence. What do you want to do? Why are you showing me these images from the ancient times? Dragon transformation, cat, Li Xuanxia, celestial emperor Batian, celestial emperor reverse. These you showed me seem to be related. What is the connection? Fang Ping murmured. Soon his eyes flickered. The connection is, I know them. Is that so? Or I've seen them before, so you sensed it? These three images did not have any definite connection. If there was, it was these people in the images. He was familiar with them. He had seen cat, dragon transformation, heavenly king subduing, and celestial emperor Batian's reincarnation, Iron Head. Could it be that this tree could sense these things? It was not impossible. Otherwise, why did he not see the ancient 9 emperors? Why did he not see the others? In the ancient times, there were countless powerhouses, 8 kings, 36 saints, who did not come to Heavenly Wood. Fang Ping asked one question after another. His gaze was sharp as he said, "You must have a consciousness. You showed me the last scene of Celestial Emperor Reverse on purpose, right? There are more than 1 or 2 true God powerhouses who came here. I've never heard of anyone who saw so many ancient images. Since you're here, why don't you talk for a while?" Silence. Silence. After an unknown amount of time, an extremely aged voice sounded in Fang Ping's mind. "Who are you?" Fang Ping's body trembled slightly. Heavenly Wood really had a consciousness. "Who are you? Why do you have these people's aura? You've seen them even many times." The old voice was puzzled, doubtful, and curious. What kind of person could see so many powerhouses? Moreover, the aura was very strong. Ordinary people could not sense it, but it was the first ancient tree. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, the aura on its body stimulated everything. Those images could be said to be shown to Fang Ping, but in reality it was Fang Ping himself who stimulated and awakened it. He was the first to see the ash cat because he had spent more time with it. He saw Heavenly King second because Heavenly King's subduing was powerful. He saw Iron Head third because Iron Head had reincarnated. His aura was not as strong as in his previous life. Cat, Heavenly King, subduing, Heavenly Emperor Batian, they were all memories of the ancient times that could not be erased. They were extremely important figures in the ancient times. Heavenly Wood was very curious. He asked again, "Your aura doesn't seem right, but I don't know why. Is there a powerhouse hiding the heavenly secret for you?" 9 refinements of golden body. Who are you? Heavenly Wood observed many things. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows too. This emperor-level tree was really different from the rest. This was the first time Fang Ping heard someone say that there was something wrong with his transformed aura. Fang Ping suppressed the palpitation in his heart and smiled. "Heavenly Wood, since you've become a demon, why didn't you reveal it? Why have you been hiding? You haven't told me who you are." Fang Ping smiled. "Is it important who I am?" Heavenly Wood was silent. If it had not sensed so many auras on Fang Ping, it would not have shown up. In this era, it was unusual for a weakling to have so many powerhouses' auras. Seeing that, Fang Ping said again, "All right, I'll say it first. I'm a friend of Tsang Mao and Celestial Emperor Batian. I'm Li Xuanxia's junior. I'm also friends with Celestial Emperor Zhan and Celestial Emperor Destroy. Do you have a grudge against them?" "None." "Is there a grudge?" "None." "That's good." Fang Ping had just finished speaking when Timu suddenly said in a strange tone, "But there's a small conflict. Back then, the white cat had captured my companion, Divine Bird. That year, I had yet to be enlightened. The white cat and the heavenly hound captured the divine bird from the crown of my tree. After that, the divine bird never returned. The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. Return? Return to where you are. The bird had fallen into the hands of this cat and dog, yet it still wanted to come back. No wonder the old cat said that it and the heavenly hound used to play on the top of the tree. It turned out that they were going to steal birds' nests. Fong Ping did not know what to say after stealing the other's companion bird. Am I going to be the scapegoat? I won't be implicated, right? Fong Ping said calmly, is that so? Did the divine bird fly away by itself? It's normal for cats to like to play with birds. Fong Ping said with a smile, maybe the divine bird has already left by itself. Timu said faintly, there's no need to comfort me. I was here once and witnessed the various evil deeds of the white cat and the heavenly hound. They dug up the emperor's vegetable garden and called their friends here to share a feast. They dug up the emperor's fish pond and stole all the fish demons. They were discussing in secret here. The white cat called his good friend, and the heavenly hound became a thief. After that, they would split the spoils 50-50. I was still here. I witnessed them scolding the emperor, and heard them scolding the celestial emperor of extreme Tao. Not only that, in the past, the white cat called for the god-crafting envoy to come here. It pointed at me and said, can this tree be used as a fishing rod? Just a little bit more, and I would have become its fishing rod. Speaking of the white cat and the heavenly hound, Timu was quite familiar with it. Fong Ping swallowed his saliva. This cat and dog did bad things. Why did they have to come to Tianmu's side to discuss and celebrate? This was great. He wanted to find an excuse for them, but he could not even open his mouth. God-crafting envoy. When Fong Ping heard this title, he was a little unfamiliar. He asked curiously, I know Weapon Master. Palm Seal Envoy, Sea Guardian. Who is this God-crafting envoy? An official of the Heavenly Court? God-crafting envoy. The envoy who forged divine artifacts only forged weapons for the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor and the Emperor. The distinguished guests of the Emperor and the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor are indeed not very famous in the three realms. The other party only forged divine artifacts. Even saints might not be able to come into contact with them. Only the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor and the Emperor had the qualifications to find the God-crafting envoy to forge divine artifacts. Ordinary people naturally would not know about this person. Fong Ping nodded and did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he smiled and said, Timu, you haven't said it yet. Since you have consciousness, why don't you leave this place? Could it be that you can't leave? Tianmu was silent. Fong Ping said in surprise, it can't be? Don't tell me you don't know the all things return to one technique? With this you can leave, right? Tianmu seemed to be stunned for a moment. After a while he said faintly, you know the all things return to one technique? Of course. The Divine Emperor's best Taoist formula. Fong Ping said casually, it was specially created for the demon clan to solve the problem of your huge body and inability to transform. The Divine Emperor even wanted to nurture you back then. Don't tell me you don't know this. Tianmu was speechless again. He said it as if everyone knew it. This was the Divine Emperor's Taoist formula. Did the Divine Emperor have nothing better to do and spread it everywhere? Tianmu was speechless. After a while he said in an aged voice, young friend, do you know that all things return to one technique? I don't. Fong Ping answered straightforwardly. Very quickly, he said, but I know where to find it. The Divine Emperor imprinted the Taoist formula on the Divine Emperor Ho. The Divine Emperor Ho is with Ashcat. I saw it once, but that thing is useless to me. I didn't look at it carefully. Tianmu's tone became increasingly aged. At Ashcat's? Yes. After a pause, Tianmu suddenly said, young friend, please leave. There are no opportunities here. I just don't want anyone to disturb me. That's why I set up heavy restrictions. It's useless even if you stay. Fong Ping was stunned. Was he chasing him away? You're not interested? Did he not say that Tianmu would definitely be interested in the all things return to one technique? Fong Ping was wrong. Tianmu was interested. However, when he knew it was at Ash Cat's, he suddenly lost interest. That cat was not a good thing. As a tree that had witnessed many of the cat's evil deeds, Tianmu felt that even if he needed it, he should not go to Ash Cat to take it. If he took it, it would not end well. It would not end well. Ash Cat had always said that people who borrowed its things and did not return it would not end well. It was not a bluff. It was true. Of course, it was 30% God's will, 70% human cats and dogs. For example, Tianmu knew that someone took Ash Cat's cat plate. It was said that the person picked it up. It was also a treasure, not a divine weapon, but an emperor weapon. In the end, not long after, Ash Cat and Sky Dog returned with the cat plate. They went to the big tree and began to divide the spoils. The powerhouse who picked up the cat plate had all his belongings confiscated. It was useless even if he went to court. He had to pay for stealing the cat's food. Tianmu did not know some technical terms. Otherwise, he would have told Fang Ping that in the past, cats and dogs had done this. If he remembered correctly, that plate seemed to be thrown away by Ash Cat himself. He said that it was not a divine weapon and wanted to see if he could exchange it for a divine weapon. Just like that, he dared to take Ash Cat's things. Chapter 1082. Fang Ping did not expect this to happen either. Soon he fell into deep thought. In the past, Tianmu should have been interested. However, after knowing about the cat, he suddenly lost interest and wanted to chase him away. Fang Ping understood. He said nonchalantly, "Although the items are with Song Mao, the cat doesn't care about these defective items and gave me quite a few. I don't remember if I threw them into the warehouse." The god-slaying saber flashed and disappeared. A gift from a cat. The thing might not be with the cat, it might be with me. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Even if you don't believe it, it also means that I have a chance to get it from the cat. As expected, once the god-slaying saber appeared, Tianmu suddenly stopped chasing people away. Of course, he didn't talk about the art of regression to 1. Instead, he said emotionally, "God-slaying saber. Emperor West's divine weapon, is it broken?" The divine artifact of the Western Emperor. The North Dharch saber and the earthly Dharch sword were weapons of emperors. The god-slaying saber was also called the Western Emperor's saber. The Western Emperor's saber was also shattered. Tianmu lamented. Did the old cat take it too? The god-slaying saber was only taken away by Old Cat after the heavenly realm was destroyed. Fang Ping said that it belonged to Old Cat. Although Heavenly did not see it, he was more or less certain that it was Old Cat who took it. Also a poor cat. Fang Ping was stunned. "You were scared to death just now, and now you're a pitiful cat?" Tianmu's voice was filled with vicissitudes. The Azure Cat is the true darling of heaven and earth. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors all like it very much, allowing it to do as it pleases in the heaven realm. However, I also remember that on the day the heavenly realm was destroyed, the Ash Cat woke up from its deep slumber and wailed loudly. Its tears were sprinkled on the sea of bitterness, causing it to churn. This god-slaying saber was probably picked up that day. Fang Ping's interest was instantly piqued. He asked hurriedly, "Did Song Mao wake up when the heavenly realm crashed?" Not bad. Tianmu sighed emotionally as well. On that day, the heavens and earth collapsed, the grand Tao shattered, and the 3 realms were dyed in blood. The sea of bitterness surged, and doomsday descended. Celestial Dharch Batian bled, and his golden body of extreme Tao was shattered. He died on the spot, and his blood chi broke through the 9th level. He died standing. That day, the heaven-exterminating Thearcha's spiritual sense transformed into 10,000 Daos. The source world descended upon the heaven realm and covered the heaven realm. 10,000 stars were destroyed. That day, the Spirit Emperor's immortal clothes were stained with blood. This old one has never seen the Spirit Emperor, so weak before. When she saw the Ash Cat wake up, she told it not to cry. She couldn't feed the cat anymore. Heavenly narrated slowly. Fang Ping could almost see the magnificent scene unfolding on a grand scale. On that day, a great war broke out. On that day, the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor died in battle. All the sovereigns died. On that day, a cat woke up from a deep slumber. Perhaps in the eyes of a cat, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were all the same. They were all its friends and family. But on that day, they fought each other and died on the spot. The spirit emperor was a cat lover. That day, when he saw the cat wailing and dying, his immortal robe was stained with blood, but he smiled and told the cat not to cry. She could not feed the cat. Poor cat, Tianmu said that the ash cat was a pitiful cat. Was he wrong? His family was ruined, and he wandered the 3 realms. The experts who had doted on it in the past had all died in front of its eyes the moment it woke up. Hence, the azure cat wailed and picked up the broken divine weapons, burying the dead emperors. The celestial tomb. Who built it? 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors? Formed naturally? Or that cat who cried so much that the sea of bitterness was boiling? Fang Ping listened, feeling inexplicable. He asked softly, was it the 9 sovereigns and the 4 emperors who fought back then? I don't know. Heavenly would said with great vicissitudes. At that time, my spiritual wisdom was not yet complete. It was just a muddled consciousness. I could only see what I could see. That day, the fragment that I was on fell. As it fell, I saw the scene just now. I saw the ash cat wailing. I saw the sky and earth stained with blood. I saw the destruction of the heavenly realm. The destruction of the heavenly court. Having said that, he continued, all these years I often thought of that scene. Unfortunately, I was powerless to stop it. I could only watch the complete destruction of the heavenly realm. Fang Ping exhaled softly. I never understood. Why did they fight? Back then, it was said that the sovereigns wanted to stand in the way, unwilling to let the 4 emperors achieve the imperial path. But the feeling that the 4 emperors gave me was not the kind of people who fought for fame and wealth. Moreover, at this stage, did they still care about power? Just to rule the 3 realms, this war broke out? They even said that human immortals were divided. Was this necessary? Since the 3 realms were peaceful, why did they not continue? Why did they have to fight to the death? Were the 9 emperors and 4 emperors stupid? At that level, who would be a fool? Even the iron-headed celestial emperor would not be a fool. But if they knew that once they fought, someone might die, why did they have to fight? Even if there were a few sovereigns who wanted to fight. But if the others did not participate, they might not be able to fight. The Divine Emperor, Spirit Emperor, and East Emperor did not give Fang Ping the feeling that they were ambitious people. Among the 9 emperors, if 3 did not want to fight, would the 6 emperors dare to fight the 4 emperors to the death? Moreover, other than the earthly emperor who had been struggling, the other sovereigns did not seem to have much of a reaction. If that was the case, why did they have to fight to the death? Tianmu said bitterly, I don't know either. Just like the beginning of the 3 realms, the sovereigns preached and the powerhouses listened. What's wrong with that? The 4 emperors of the extreme path. The other 3 emperors aside, I don't understand why Heavenly Emperor Zhan wanted to fight. Not only did he want to fight, but Heavenly Emperor Zhan was the first extreme path venerable emperor to die. When I heard about this, I found it hard to believe. When Heavenly Emperor Zhan was weak, he was once the disciple of the Divine Emperor. After that, he became the disciple of East Emperor. After that, he became the disciple of the Human Emperor. With 3 sovereigns as his master, Heavenly Emperor Zhan's background was extremely noble, and the 3 sovereigns praised him endlessly. Who would have thought that during the heavenly court meeting, Heavenly Emperor Zhan pointed his arrow at the sovereigns? Fang Ping was stunned. What, becoming the disciple of the 3 sovereigns? Heavenly Emperor Zhan became the disciple of the 3 sovereigns? If that was the case, why would there be a scene after that? He knew that when Heavenly Emperor Zhan pointed his arrow at the sovereigns, the human emperor was among them and even berated Heavenly Emperor Zhan. That was Heavenly Emperor Zhan's master. What caused the 2 to fall out? Immortal source? Fang Ping did not understand. It was also the first time he knew that there was such a thing. Heavenly Emperor Zhan actually became the disciple of 3 sovereigns. This identity, coupled with his extreme path, Heavenly Emperor strength, it could be said that he was extremely noble. Yet he became the first extreme path, Heavenly Emperor to die. Fang Ping asked doubtfully, Heavenly Emperor Zhan became the disciple of the other Heavenly Emperors? I don't know. Heavenly Emperor Zhan was the youngest. When my consciousness was born, Heavenly Emperor Zhan had yet to achieve the position of extreme path, Heavenly Emperor. That's why I know a thing or two. As for the other 3 venerable emperors, when my consciousness was born, I was already an extreme path, venerable emperor. So old Wang was the youngest. To think that I thought he was the eldest brother. Fang Ping asked again, You don't know why the sovereigns sealed their paths either? I don't know. Did any of the sovereigns survive in the end? I don't know. All right, Fang Ping did not ask any more. When it came to these things, they either really did not know, or they pretended not to know. Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, Who is that Li Xuanxie? Who is his master? You've revealed their traces before. Li Xuanxie. Tianmu seemed to have thought of something and said slowly, Li Xuanxie, a genius. His identity is also extremely noble, but not many people in the 3 realms know about him. Rumor has it that his master is the master of the sovereigns, a beginner martial artist who opened up the path of martial arts. In the beginning, there was no martial arts in the 3 realms. Some people made mistakes when they opened up martial arts and could not advance further. Beginner martial artists do not cultivate, only cultivating their physique and spiritual consciousness. Their physique and spiritual consciousness are incomparably strong, but they have no path forward and have not opened up the origin. Even so, they are still the strongest in the 3 realms. Their physiques can break through 7th or even 8th heaven. Fang Ping was shocked. Breaking through 8th heaven physique? What a joke! The physique represented the basic vitality. Without the enhancement of the origin, what a joke! Beginner martial artists. He had heard of this concept. The first-generation powerhouses who created martial arts were a group of pioneers who did not know anything. They completely relied on themselves to walk, think, and open up the path. Among this group of people, there were actually people alive. Fang Ping really thought that this group of beginner martial artists were all dead. No, he thought that the 9 emperors and the 4 emperors were one of them. But now it seemed that this was not the case. The beginner martial artists were someone else. The subduing king's master was one of the beginner martial artists. He had even taught the emperors. No wonder the old man talked about the 9 emperors and the 4 emperors as if they were equals. This group of people, even if their combat strength was not as strong as the 9 emperors and the 4 emperors, they were qualified to look down on them. This was because they were the ones who created martial arts. They were pioneers. It was normal for pioneers to make mistakes, but it was also because of their hard work that martial arts would be perfected in the later stages, and the emperors would be born. The subduing king was actually such a person's disciple. From this point alone, his status was indeed honorable, because the subduing king might be the emperor's junior. Tianmu continued, Not only that, Li Xuanxie has many other identities. He is the elder brother of King Jin of the 8 kings, a good friend of the weapon master, a guest of many emperors, and is also familiar with the 4 emperors. Speaking of this, Tianmu sighed emotionally. This old one never expected to sense his aura from you. This old one thought that he had died long ago, and had even participated in the battle back then, dying in the heaven realm. I never thought that he would still be alive. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. What is his strength? Strength, Tianmu muttered. I do not know the specifics. I only sense that Li Xuanxie had an outburst of qi and disappeared in a flash, shattering 7 heavens. Shattering 7 heavens. It was at least 9. 6 million calories of vitality. Most importantly, it had been almost 10,000 years. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What was the subduing king doing? He had such strength nearly 10,000 years ago. Perhaps he could shatter 8 heavens by now. Why was he so low-key and even suppressed by the catacombs? What was he doing? It was not like the Leaf family had no casualties. Over the years, many of the Leaf family had died too. Why did he not make a move? Why did he keep hiding? Of course, it was not that he did not make a move. He heard that he had killed many evil sect godlords. However, his strength was enough to defeat anyone below the Heavenly King level. Even among Heavenly Kings, there were strong and weak ones. 1 or 2 Heavenly Kings would not be his match. When he fought 1 against 2 earlier, Fong Ping already felt that he was terrifyingly strong. However, according to Tianmu, he might have been able to fight 1 against 2 10,000 years ago. Why did he feel like he was hiding his strength? Fong Ping frowned. He did not understand the subduing king's thoughts. If he did not have the intention to protect humans, he would not have caused so much trouble. He dug up graves and built Startown City. Since he had it, why did he not go all out? Tianmu did not care what he thought. At this moment, he changed the topic. Young friend, can you get the Divine Emperor Ho from the cat? Of course. Fong Ping did not ask any more. He smiled. However, the cat's things are not so easy to get. I probably did not get it. The warehouse should not have it. Silence. After a while, Tianmu said, Young friend, what do you need me to do to be willing to teach me the everything regression technique? Fong Ping smiled. Then I want to know, does the Kuan King know that you have a consciousness? Maybe he does. Maybe. The Kuan King came here to investigate. I don't know if I hid it from him. Fong Ping asked doubtfully, Then why did he not attack you? You should know that once you have a consciousness, you are a powerhouse that cannot be controlled. This is the Kuan King's base camp. Will he let you go? Fong Ping continued. Also, your body is the raw material for forging divine weapons. The Kuan King is not even tempted by this. Tianmu was silent for a moment. The Kuan King might think that I will not be a threat to him. As for forging divine weapons, the God-crafting envoy is not here. No one in the 3 realms knows how to forge divine weapons. My body is only comparable to an emperor weapon. An emperor weapon. The Kuan King has it. Fong Ping seemed to believe it, but not believe it. He said, Then you have absorbed endless energy here. All these years, did you not bear any fruit? Does the Kuan King not care? Fong Ping smiled. The divine fruit of an emperor-level monster plant is a peerless treasure. I have consumed an ordinary fruit of a true god monster plant. At that time, it strengthened my spiritual consciousness a lot. An emperor level is at least 1 level higher. It is very beneficial to a true god, right? This is still an ordinary fruit. I am afraid that even an emperor level would benefit a lot. The Kuan King has established a divine sect. Would he not care about these? Tianmu said softly, I do not care about the results. It is already a blessing that I can give birth to consciousness. All these years, I have absorbed the spiritual energy to maintain the operation of this world. This is only a fragment of the celestial realm. Back then, it fell from the celestial realm with me, but it is rootless. I have absorbed the spiritual energy to maintain this world from collapsing. There was nothing wrong with this explanation. Fong Ping nodded as if he believed it. After thinking for a while, he said, After all, the myriad regression technique is not mine. Also, if you transform and leave, won't this place collapse? Why don't we forget it? After all, there are countless people living on this land. If it collapses, it will be a sin. Tianmu sighed. Transforming is just an illusion. Even if I leave, I will leave my real body to guard this place. Young friend, you don't have to worry about this. So, you're only going to leave with your consciousness? That's right. Fong Ping smiled. You want to give up your real body? Your consciousness can condense energy and reconstruct your body. Perhaps it can also give you emperor-level combat strength. Compared to your real body, the difference is too big. Moreover, once your real body is destroyed, you will also be severely injured. Do you want to do this? I am only a wisp of consciousness above Tianmu. Although Tianmu is the real body, it is also an external object. Then you can strip away the consciousness now. That won't be a problem, right? Fang Ping smiled. You can do it without the myriad regression technique, right? Fang Ping chuckled. So you are still reluctant to give up your real body. Tianmu, how about this? Let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Promise me 3 conditions, and I will give you the myriad regression technique. Otherwise, forget it. Young friend, Tianmu, although you are powerful, don't think of threatening me and robbing me. You know that I know so many powerhouses. Others aside, the cat is in my house now. Fang Ping chuckled. Fang Ping is connected to my source world. Actually, it heard our conversation. If you want to rob me, there is no hope. The cat is just outside this world. It will come very soon. Even if the real body can't come, it can still roam the source world and rush here directly. If you think your source is stronger than it, you can try. Fang Ping was not at ease with this big tree. There was no other reason. It was a threat. This tree might not be pure and kind. No, it was definitely not pure and kind. Fang Ping did not forget that when a powerhouse was not hostile to him, his wealth would increase. Previously, it did not. This meant that Heavenly Wood was hostile to him, or rather, to everyone here. Fang Ping would only believe a small part of a powerhouse that was hostile like this. Including what it said, Fang Ping would not believe it completely. Using the cat to intimidate this tree was the only thing he could do at the moment. If he did not ask for anything, then forget it. At most, they would go their separate ways. But now, the other wanted the myriad regression technique. Although Fang Ping did not have it, he did not mind duping it. He did not feel guilty. He did not know it. If it was hostile to him, then it was nothing for him to dupe it. Besides, other than among humans, he did not have any sense of trust or guilt toward these powerhouses from the outside world. Tianmu fell into silence again. At this moment, Tianmu suddenly said, "Someone is coming." Young friend, if you don't mind, I can attach a strand of my spiritual consciousness to you. As for the conditions, you and I can discuss it later. I don't know what the conditions are for now. All right. Fang Ping did not mind at all. He took out a crystal and said with a smile, "Just attach it here." Tianmu was silent for less than 3 seconds. Very quickly, an illusory small tree appeared, instantly merging into the crystal. Fang Ping smiled. Without hesitation, he opened the Sanjiao gate directly. The combat heavenly palace appeared. Without a word, he threw the crystal into the combat heavenly palace. He was not at ease with this fellow. Putting the danger aside, what if his secret was spied on if it wanted to attach mentality to him out of nowhere? It was better to throw it into the combat heavenly palace. This was the combat heavenly palace, and he had sealed it in the Sanjiao gate. If the other party wanted to spy on him, they would have to see if they had the ability to do so. When needed, he could chat with it. I finally have a portable grandfather. Fang Ping laughed in his heart. This was considered a portable grandfather, right? This old antique felt like it knew more than the cat. Of course, it hid a lot of things. Things like not getting results and only asking for the spiritual consciousness to incarnate. Fang Ping felt that it was all nonsense. True, if it was that stupid, it would have been destroyed long ago. How could it have survived from ancient times until now? Fang Ping was fooling it, and it was also fooling Fang Ping. Of course, in the end, who would fool who? That would depend on their own strength. Fang Ping was very confident. He did not believe that he could not fool a tree. No matter how long it lived, it might not be as knowledgeable as he was. There was only a mentality avatar in the crystal. Tianmu's actual spiritual consciousness was still there. At this moment, seeing Fang Ping throw the crystal into the Sanjiao gate and also seeing the combat heavenly palace, it was slightly surprised. It said, "Is that combat heavenly emperor's palace?" Fong Ping smiled. Yes. This fellow. Did it really know nothing about the outside world? Fong Ping did not believe that Combat Heavenly Emperor would move the Combat Heavenly Palace to Timu for it to see. It seemed like this ancient tree was really hiding a lot of things. Did King Kuan come here and leave just to take a look? He still felt that it was not that simple. King Kuan was not a kind person. If he was really stupid, he would not even be able to establish a divine sect, and there would not be the North-South War later. Of course, Fong Ping did not have time to ask now. He also sensed that powerhouses were coming. Di Fei and Di Qi. Fong Ping took a look at where he was and descended rapidly. 2,000 meters was too high. If this was seen, unless Di Fei and Di Qi were idiots, they would definitely know that there was something wrong with him. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. He could take his time with Tianmu. This fellow's actual body was here. Even if it left, it could not go far. Fong Ping was not in a hurry. He would settle the evil sect first. Coming to the evil sect, this time was really not in vain. The mysterious veil of the ancient times was being unveiled step by step. Just the information that he knew this time made Fong Ping feel that this trip was worth it. Suppressing Heavenly King, Combat Heavenly Emperor, Batian Emperor, Reverse Emperor, including beginner martial artists. These were all very important information. Chapter 1083. Skywood Forest. Fong Ping had just landed when two air-piercing sounds came from afar. In the next moment, two figures appeared beside Fong Ping. Flight was not allowed in Skywood Forest. It depended on who it was. At least Absolute Peak did not have to worry as long as he did not fly too high. Seeing the two of them, all the experts in the surroundings bowed and said, "Greetings, divine lords!" 2 Lord Gods were here. Moreover, there was a top-level Lord God like Ground Qi. Everyone was nervous now. Yun Sheng and Yan Huang had a conflict just now. In the blink of an eye, 2 Lord Gods came together. Everyone was afraid that a war would break out. But the 2 Lord Gods ignored these people. In the eyes of the Lord Gods, except for a few people below them, no one was worth mentioning. Although there were many rank 9s here and they were powerhouses, they were not worth their attention. Yun Sheng, true Lord Ground Qi, looked at Fong Ping, who had just landed. A glint flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "You went above 3,000 feet." Fong Ping nodded and said respectfully, "I was lucky." "There's no such thing as luck in cultivation." Ground Qi exclaimed, 3,000 feet. "It seems like your origin, Tao, has great potential. You should have a high chance of becoming a true god." Beside him, Di Fei looked at his son in surprise. He found it strange. Although he was strong, he might not be the best. Now he was only one step away from becoming a true god. This was beyond his expectations. Of course, martial arts was hard to predict. Once one understood it, the origin would expand and grow. This was common. Di Fei did not say much. He said with a smile, "I asked you to guard Heavenly Clouds Island. Why are you here now?" Fong Ping said respectfully, "Lord Father, after you and Lord Ground Qi left, I thought I should try to prove my Tao. Now that I'm an origin, it's useless to stay on Heavenly Clouds Island if I don't become a true god." Di Fei did not ask further. Since his son was only one step away from becoming a true god, it was reasonable for him to return to the heavenly court to look for opportunities. Without asking any further, Di Fei used his mental energy to block the surroundings. He asked, "Did you fight with Yan Huang earlier?" Fong Ping said in a low voice, "Yan Huang was too much. He let the monster carriage collide with me. I was angry and killed the monster carriage." "It's all right. Di Fei wasn't here to denounce him." He smiled and said, "Since I can defeat him, then I'll kill him. Protector Hua might be in the Divine Palace, but Yan Huang provoked you first, so he deserved to be killed. Our water lineage isn't necessarily inferior to them, so there's nothing for us to worry about." He wasn't worried about anything. Even if Protector Ho hadn't left, he wouldn't be worried about anything. At this stage, if Protector Ho was really here, would he attack him? At present, it was confirmed that there were still 14 god lords in the outside world. However, there were only 9 people who could be confirmed. The other 5 might have already entered the tomb of heaven. 9 people. Him, Dicky, Dijia, dipping among the 9 of them, aside from him. There were 3 powerhouses that he was on good terms with. The Fire lineage currently only had 1 god lord. If Protector Ho really did attack him, the others wouldn't just sit back and watch. Once the war broke out and the Divine Church was thrown into chaos, Protector Thunder and true monarch hero Earth wouldn't just sit back and watch. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? His son could defeat Yen Huang. That was also a reflection of his strength. Who asked his son to be weaker? Beside him, Dicky also smiled. Don't worry, nephew. When you become a true god and a divine lord in the Divine Palace, Protector Ho won't dare to do anything to you. From what I see, you should be there soon. Dicky's attitude was much warmer than before. Enlightenment Cliff was about to open, and Yunqing's chances of proving his Tao increased greatly. It was time to rope him in. As the two spoke, Fong Ping looked back at Skywood and asked curiously, Lord Dicky has always been cultivating in the Divine Palace. Do you know if Skywood can condense divine fruits? Hearing this, Dicky smiled. Many people in the Divine Palace have the same thought. They come to Skywood in hopes of obtaining divine fruits condensed from Skywood. However, we have explored many times over the years and haven't found any divine fruits, unless it's above 1,000 feet, Dicky added. Even if divine fruits are condensed, they will only be above 1,000 feet. Once it's above that level, it's dangerous for us too. Therefore, few people take the risk over the years. However, the sect leader has reached 100,000 feet and didn't mention anything about divine fruits. Even they would covet the Heavenly Wood's divine fruit. This was a tree that could forge divine weapons, the first ancient tree. One could imagine how important the fruit of such a tree was. Fong Ping seemed a little disappointed, but he didn't ask further. Seeing this, Dicky smiled. Son, don't worry about proving your Tao. The Divine Palace has decided to open Enlightenment Cliff. I fought for a place for you. In a few days, you can go to Enlightenment Cliff to learn Tao. Fong Ping was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. However, he was thinking, is Enlightenment Cliff useful to me? Enlightenment Cliff, as the name suggested, was it used to learn Tao. However, it was not that he couldn't advance in Tao now. Even if he gained something, it might not be converted into strength. Of course, Fong Ping wouldn't show it and continued to be overjoyed. Dicky and Dicky looked like it was reasonable. Soon, they asked Fong Ping to go with them to the Divine Palace. Other than Skywood Forest, Enlightenment Cliff and Longevity Spring were in the central Divine Palace. Soon, the group left. Fong Ping didn't look for opportunities here. Before leaving, Fong Ping glanced sideways at Skywood. He didn't say anything, but he had some thoughts in his mind. Just as Fong Ping left, Skywood, above 10,000 feet. Above 10,000 feet, it seemed like another world. Clouds and mist lingered, energy like clouds, the sea of clouds rolling. Above the sea of clouds, there was something. At this moment, there was someone above the sea of clouds. A table was solidified by a powerhouse, condensed at the top of the clouds. On the table, tea was placed, and in the middle was a chessboard. The black and white chess pieces were seething with killing intent, fighting each other. 2 people sat on both sides of the table. One was young, the other old. The old man had white hair and beard, his expression indifferent. The young man had a cold expression. Upon closer inspection, he looked 70% similar to King Kuan. Just as Fong Ping left, the young man suddenly said, What's so special about Yunsheng that made you secretly split your attention to go there? As soon as he finished speaking, the chess piece was placed. As soon as the chess piece landed, the black chess pieces on the chessboard turned into powerhouses. killing many of the powerhouses transformed from white chess pieces in an instant. The old man's face paled slightly, but he smiled quickly. After so many years, Your Highness is still so domineering. Humph! The young man said coldly, Skywood, it's been 8,000 years. Are you still going to struggle on your deathbed? I've said before, the day you become an emperor will be the day you come back to life. Why bother? Your Highness, even ants want to live, let alone me. It wasn't easy for my consciousness to be born. I don't want to die so easily. The old man chuckled. Your Highness's avatar has been playing chess with me for 8,000 years. Your Highness hasn't won. Must you continue to delay? As he said that, the old man lamented, It's been 8,000 years. In these 8,000 years, Your Highness has become stronger and more impatient. Even if Your Highness refined my real body and turned Skywood into Your Highness's avatar, so what? The young man said coldly, So what? After refining you and turning you into my avatar, I'll forge a golden body and merge it with my real body. Then my golden body will surpass the limit and be comparable to a divine artifact. At that time, my body will not be weaker than the celestial Tharch of Batian. Although it's not the extreme Tao, it's still an extreme Tao. Skywood, do you think I'll give up? Skywood sighed. Your Highness is ambitious. You want to refine this old man's body and turn it into a golden body that surpasses the 9th refinement. You also want to refine the celestial Thearch as Tao and merge all Taos into one to forge a sovereign's Tao. With the extreme Tao golden body and the sovereign's Tao, even if a sovereign is reborn, he might not be Your Highness's match. But after 8,000 years, do you really think you can succeed? If you cooperated, you would have succeeded long ago. The young man snorted. Skywood, I've already promised that once I become a sovereign, I'll definitely resurrect you. Why did you refuse? Now that your consciousness is about to be destroyed, there might not be a chance for you to resurrect. As he said that, he placed another chess piece. The black chess piece engulfed the world and killed a large number of white chess pieces. Every time a chess piece was killed, the young man became stronger and the old man became weaker. Fang Ping felt that Skywood's mentality was only comparable to emperor level. However, he did not know that all these years King Kuin's clone had killed a large amount of his mentality. Emperor level was just a remnant. The chessboard did not look big, but it was like a world. At this moment, looking closely, one would realize that it was not a game. The black and white chess pieces were fighting. The black chess pieces were densely scattered around, while the white chess pieces guarded the center. In the center area, there was a small crystal tree. On the tree, there were golden fruits. Both sides were fighting for this. The chessboard was also very special. The black chess pieces killed the white chess pieces and became stronger. They continued to fight and become stronger. The white chess pieces were in danger. This was somewhat similar to the array that Mount Luofu's 9th elder had set up that day. The young man, King Kuin's clone, was refining Skywood's mentality to replace him. Possession did not exist in the world of martial arts. However, refining the other party's origin, using the origin as one's own, using the origin as the foundation, possession was not necessarily impossible. King Kuin wanted to refine Skywood and seize the foundation of the number 1 tree in the 3 realms. With Skywood's trunk and his golden body, he would forge the strongest golden body in the 3 realms. King Kuin's ambition was beyond imagination. Fang Ping did not see the scene. He did not know that King Kuin had easily defeated Moon Spirit in the fake heavenly cemetery. Otherwise, he would probably be shocked. King Kuin's clone. In this place, his psychic power doppelganger was also incomparably powerful, suppressing Heavenly with so much that it was struggling at death's door. Obviously, this mentality clone was extremely powerful. As for his main body after splitting such a powerful clone, it was also extremely powerful. Once they merged, King Kuin would be more powerful than he imagined. King Kuin, who had triggered the war in the Earth Emperor God dynasty and the war between the North and the South could not be compared to ordinary heavenly kings. The old man that Skywood had transformed into was a little dispirited, but he still said with a smile, "Your Highness, the outcome is not yet known. Until the last moment, who knows who will win and who will lose? Even someone as powerful as the Emperor dare not say that he will win every battle, not to mention that your Highness is not an emperor yet. Your Highness, recently your Highness's clone seems to have become weaker. I'm a little curious. What has your Highness been doing this time?" King Kuin's main body was not in the divine court, but his mentality clone did not dissipate. Instead, it had been maintained. This was already terrifyingly powerful. However, Skywood still sensed that something was wrong. King Kuin's main body was very far away, and his clone was also weakening. This was his chance, a chance to escape the cage, a chance to escape destruction. It had been 8,000 years. From the first day it fell here, it had been targeted by King Kuin. If it had not threatened to destroy everything, it might have been killed by King Kuin back then. Even so, King Kuin did not give up. With one of King Kuin's clones as an agreement, they set up the heaven-seizing fortune array and fought in this array for 8,000 years. 8,000 years ago, King Kuin's clone was inferior to it, but 8,000 years later, even a clone was about to destroy it. In the past 8,000 years, King Kuin had become stronger and stronger. Skywood even suspected that if King Kuin's main body and clone merged, he might be able to break through the 8th heaven. "Skywood, you still haven't answered me. What's wrong with Yin Sheng?" Although it was just a clone, when King Kuin's main body was around, he would often transmit some memories. Besides recent events, this clone's memories were no less than King Kuin's. He recognized Yin Sheng, but he did not pay much attention to him. However, when Skywood came into contact with him, he still sensed something. Moreover, Yin Sheng could actually break through 3,000 feet. This was not something an ordinary source could do. But did King Kuin think that a non-true god martial artist would be a threat to him? Skywood smiled and said, "Your Highness, are you afraid?" "This king is afraid?" King Kuin sneered and said, "You don't have to provoke me. Skywood, after some time, you will be me and I will be you. No matter how you struggle, it will be in vain." As he spoke, King Kuin placed another chess piece, instantly killing many white chess pieces. At this moment, Skywood was shocked. In the center of the chessboard, the small crystal tree suddenly surged with a large amount of energy and some special substances. Around the small tree, more white chess pieces were born. Humph! King Kuin snorted lightly. This was Skywood's home ground. It was very difficult for him to kill it instantly. Skywood could be in a stalemate with him for 8,000 years because of its main body's replenishment. If not for the fact that he wanted a living Skywood, a complete Skywood, he would have killed this tree long ago. At this moment, King Kuin no longer cared about Skywood. He turned his head and glanced in the direction where Fong Ping left, his eyes flickering. Even if the other party was a true god, so what? In his battle with Skywood, even an emperor level could forget about interfering. However, why would Skywood look at this person in a different light? It had been 8,000 years. In these 8,000 years, many powerhouses had come here. The 3 great sect protectors and the 8 great protectors had all come, but Skywood had never revealed anything. Today he was a little abnormal. Why? Opposite him, the old man who was Skywood's incarnation did not say anything. Why? Because the powerhouses that the other party had come into contact with were beyond imagination. Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor, Li Xuanxia the cat, including the other party himself, they were all abnormal. Such a person, even if he was not strong, he might still have a chance. You are weakening. Now that there is one more variable, that is an opportunity. Skywood had lived for too long. He was not in a hurry. Until the last moment, there was hope of turning things around. At this moment, he was not anxious or impatient. Even if he had suffered heavy losses, he still advanced step by step. King Kuin was dreaming if he wanted to refine him. Even at the last moment, he was not completely unprepared. Fang Ping could not see the scene above 10,000 feet. Because he was moving with the two paragons, Fang Ping had once again returned to his state of not speaking if he could. He followed the two powerhouses silently and flew toward the central divine court. Spirit Emperor Dojo, a building that looked like a loft, appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, many powerhouses surrounded the loft. Spirit Emperor's bedroom? King Kuin was puzzled. Spirit Emperor's bedroom was not here, right? Then where was this loft? There was actually a 7 heavens array here. The place that Zhang Tao went to previously was Spirit Emperor's bedroom, and it seemed like there was only a 6 heavens array. What place was more important than Spirit Emperor's bedroom? Spirit Emperor Palace's treasure vault? But was the treasure vault like this? In the crowd, King Qian chuckled and said, "Everyone who has been to Spirit Emperor Palace before, do you know where this place is?" As soon as he said that, Heavenly King Jin smiled faintly and said, "Who has been here before? Other than Moon Spirit, I think no one else would dare to come here." Spirit Emperor Palace was extremely disgusted with men. Of course, men and dogs were treated the same because dogs were even more annoying. If men and dogs dared to come to Spirit Emperor Palace, unless they were the other 8 sovereigns and 4 emperors, they would be seriously injured or even killed. After Heavenly King Jin said this, Moon Spirit, who had been staring at King Kuin not far away, said coldly, "I have never been here." As she said that, she looked at King Kuin and sneered. Hong Kuin might have been here before. Back then, he had an unclear relationship with the female generals of Spirit Emperor Palace. Who knows if he has been here or not? King Kuin's face was cold. He glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Moon Spirit, don't provoke me again and again, or you will regret it." Moon Spirit was strong, and she also had lunatic Tianji with her. When the two of them joined forces, they had the combat power of a heavenly king. Even the powerhouses among the heavenly kings could not do anything to them. But so what? After all, they had just entered the heavenly king realm. Did they really think that a heavenly king was invincible? Heavenly King Jin smiled and said, "Moon Spirit, don't provoke this guy. This guy is very strong. He has connected Hongyu's great path and walked at least 200,000 meters. Li Xuanxia." King Kuin was angry again. As expected, when he said that, Moon Spirit showed signs of going crazy again. To her, King Kuin was so strong because he killed Hongyu and connected Hongyu's great path. It would have been fine if he did not mention it, but now that he did, Moon Spirit started to go crazy again. King Kuin's face turned green. Damn this guy. If his avatar had not been left in the celestial court, who would be a match for him when he merged with them? Now that Li Xuanxia was provoking him again and again, did he really think that he was afraid of him? Heavenly King Jin looked at him with a smile, not minding it. The others could not be bothered with them. King Jin frowned and said, "There are 7 heavenly formations here. It won't be easy to open them." 7 heavenly formations, 9. 6 million vitality damage, almost 10 million calories. How many people could withstand it? Did anyone here have the ability to break the 7 heavenly formations? Heavenly King Jin? King Kuin? Sea Guardian? When the Great Path reached 100,000 meters, the basic vitality was at least 650,000 calories and above. With a 3-fold increase, the weakest Heavenly King powerhouse would have a vitality damage equivalent to a rank 9's 5. 2 million calories. This was the weakest kind. In reality, Heavenly King powerhouses were not weak. There were very few who had a 7th refinement golden body. Most of them had honed their golden body to the 8th refinement in rank 9. After reaching the peak, no matter how strong the golden body was, the upper limit would not increase much, but it would still be stronger than the average powerhouse. However, the leap from 2 million to 6 million was not a small number. Among the people here, the 3 envoys had hope, and so did King Chinquin. Almost no one else had reached this level. In their eyes, those people only had hope. Among the 3 envoys, other than Sea Guardian, the Weapon Master and the Palm Seal Master seemed a little abnormal. Could they reach this level? Heavenly King Zhen did not care. He smiled again and said, "The formation is here. Maybe the 9 Emperor Seal is inside, or Spirit Emperor's divine weapon, or Spirit Emperor's Taoist formula. 7 heavenly formations will not protect anything too weak. Everyone, why don't we work together to break the formation?" Everyone was silent. The formation was here. They could break it even if they worked together. But who would take the lead? While they were still thinking, Heavenly King Zhen said lazily, "How about letting 3rd Saint and 2nd King test it together? None of these 5 guys are Heavenly King warriors, but when they work together, they are comparable to 2 Heavenly King warriors. Let them test the way for us." As soon as he said this, 3rd Saint and 2nd King's faces turned livid. "Let us test the way. 7 heavenly formations, even a real Heavenly King could die, let alone them who are not. Their combat power reached the Heavenly King level only when they worked together." Heavenly King Zhen's heart was evil. Of course, this old guy was evil to begin with. At this moment, Heaven Plant King said faintly, "I think it's better to let King Wu test the way. King Wu has been fighting frequently these days. I think he is going to recover from his injuries and merge the 6 paths." King Wu made his move these days. Just yesterday, King Wu and Battle King suddenly appeared and joined forces to kill the venerable sovereign of Mount Luofu. The venerable sovereign of Mount Luofu was a powerhouse close to the saint level, but he was almost killed by Zhang Tao. Even if he did not die, Mount Luofu still lost a top powerhouse in the end. Now Mount Luofu and a few other realms joined forces to resist Zhang Tao's attack. Heaven Plant King felt it was necessary to pay more attention to such a person, lest Zhang Tao really merge the 6 paths and become a heavenly king. By then, there would be 2 heavenly king powerhouses in the mortal world. Heavenly King Zhen smiled. "Go find him. If you find him, let him come. I won't stop you." No one knew where Zhang Tao was hiding. If they met, it would be a great battle. Would Heaven Plant King dare to find him alone? Although he was a top saint, not far from Heavenly King. Even a top saint might not be safe if Battle King and King Wu worked together. As he spoke, King Kuin suddenly said impatiently, "Cut the crap! Li Xuanxia, if you don't want me to go hunt human true gods now, work together and open this formation." He did not want to wait anymore. Something seemed to happen in the divine court recently, and just now he had a bad feeling. One should know that at his level, this kind of feeling was extremely important under the sudden inspiration. Something bad was going to happen. How could he wait any longer? However, he also wanted to know what the treasure in the 7 heavens formation was. If he was free, it was worth it to help break the formation. Heavenly King Jin sighed, "Young people are so impatient. What's the hurry to break the formation? The key is to break this 7 heavens formation. I'm worried that there is an 8 heavens formation inside, and that will be really troublesome. If there really is an 8 heavens formation, then it's probably where the golden body of Spirit Emperor is." King Kuin snorted. How is that possible? 8 heavens formation? Emperors had to pay a huge price to set up an 8 heavens formation. P.S. Later next time, Old Eagle has something to do. Sob, sob, sob. Act cute and beg for mercy. Chapter 1084. In the fake heavenly grave, the experts began to discuss how to break the formation. Within the divine court, outside the incomparably glorious Kuin Palace, the Thunder Protector stood at the peak of his residence and stared at the Kuin Palace for a very long time. In the Earth King Palace, Earthly Hero came out of seclusion and strengthened the defenses with the Divine Court Army. Although the Divine Court Army was nothing to an Emperor Realm expert, it was nothing. However, there were many experts in the Divine Court Army. Once they joined forces with the earthly heroes, they might not be afraid of the emperor-level experts. Earth hero! Sovereign Lightning murmured to himself. 9 true gods who were confirmed to be in the 3 realms. Earth prodigies were the strongest, followed by ground chi. Now that earthly hero had made up his mind, he wouldn't let him go to the Kunwang Palace again. But there was not enough time. Thunder was very worried. King Kuen would be back soon. This was his only chance. This was the only chance for him to become stronger, the only chance for him to improve himself before the great change. He knew about the Celestial Emperor's golden body. Were there still some secrets hidden in the Earth King Palace that he didn't know about? If I don't kill Earthly Hero, I won't have the chance to enter the Earth King Palace. The Arch Thunderbolt closed his eyes. Where were Feng Yinfeng? Didn't he know that there were good things in the Earth King Palace? But why hadn't he shown himself? Scared? Afraid of King Kuen's return? But he had already cultivated to the Emperor level. At this stage, for the sake of a fortuitous encounter, what was there to be afraid of? If they were really afraid, then they might as well go into closed-door cultivation. Why fight? In front of a fortuitous encounter, no one would be afraid. It all depended on whether the price was worth it. If they were truly afraid, there wouldn't have been so many real gods charging in when the tomb of heaven had opened. No one wanted to die of old age. At this stage, it was fine to pretend to be a coward. However, once it was something related to raising one's cultivation level, no one could sit still. Earthly hero must be killed. The remaining 8 god lords can work together and suppress. What about wind and cloud? The Thunder Protector had been standing on the high platform for a long time. At this moment, someone walked up the stairs and said softly, "Master, the person you're looking for has arrived." Venerable Thunder Emperor glanced at the Earth King Palace once more before turning around and going downstairs. After a while, within a gigantic palace, the Thunder Emperor was seated high on his throne, looking incomparably majestic. Below, 3 people stood. When Sovereign Thunderbolt's figure appeared, 2 of them knelt down, while 1 remained standing. "Greetings, Dizun." The 3 of them paid their respects. 2 of them were still kneeling, prostrating themselves on the ground. The other one was still standing, only slightly bowed. Looking at the 3 people below, the Thunder Emperor did not say a word. Beside him, an old man's expression was unsightly as he berated, "Audacious! Why didn't you kneel in front of His Majesty?" Below, the man bowed and said in a deep voice, "I respect Dizun only because of his strength." Kneeling before a venerable sovereign represented the will to fight. "I only respect venerable sovereign strength, but I won't lose my fighting spirit." Impudent, the old man was enraged. His aura erupted and was incomparably powerful. However, he was still not at the desperation realm, but he was still one of the most powerful rank 9 ones. The Thunder Sovereign didn't get angry, as if he didn't care about it at all. For a venerable sovereign, such a small scene was nothing out of the ordinary. Many proud chosen ones had always thought that they could be on an equal footing with venerable sovereigns. When they reached a bottleneck and couldn't advance any further in their lives, these people would realize how ridiculous their pride had been. A venerable sovereign was indeed a venerable sovereign. No matter how good one's talent was, even if one advanced by leaps and bounds, it did not mean that one could prove one's Tao and become a martial emperor. The Thunder Sovereign raised his hand gently. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly restrained his aura and no longer erupted his aura. The Thunder Sovereign didn't care about the people standing. He looked at the 2 people kneeling on the ground and said lightly, "Look up." Both of them hurriedly looked up. At this moment, Fong Ping was not here. Otherwise, he should have been able to recognize one of them. Chang Shanchi. Chang Rong Sky's Chang Shanchi. Chang Rong Sky's Heavenly Emperor was killed. Chang Rong Sky was sealed. The person who guarded Chang Rong Sky's peak did not dare to open Outland or take a step out of Outland. The venerable sovereign was dead. Seeing that this peak seemed like he was going to seal Outland until the end of the world, The uneasy Changshanchi was unwilling to wait for death. He wanted to live, but he couldn't. The group of people who besieged and killed Fangping in the emperor's tomb that day were either dead or surrendered. If Li Wuji, he surrendered directly to Fangping. But he couldn't. Changrong Sky and Long Biantian were irreconcilable enemies. Now that Changrong Sky's heavenly emperor was dead, Long Biantian was on Fangping's side. How would he dare to mention surrendering to Fangping? He didn't want to die. Therefore, when some people from the evil sect were active in the catacombs, he took the opportunity to find a way and join the evil sect. Changshanchi, a top-notch rank, 9 ranked near the top. Li Wuji, Changshanchi, Devil Swordsman, these powerhouses' rankings were similar that day. Their rankings were also similar. They were all top-notch rank 9s that were one step away from the peak. The Thunder Venerable Sovereign looked at the uneasy Changshanchi and smiled. He had rank 9 powerhouses under his command. Many, almost 100 people. But there were not many top-notch rank 9s under his command. Of course there were. For example, the rank 9 old man beside him was also a top-notch rank 9 at level 10 origin. This time he had 3 quotas. Even if he was now the strongest powerhouse in Divine Court, he didn't dare to break the rules, because Fengyun and earthly talents were still there. Moreover, there might not be any effect if more people went to Enlightened Cliff. It was fine if he didn't send people. If he did, then there was at least a 70% chance that the other party could become a true god. This way, they could help him and not waste the quota. Changrong Heaven's Changshanchi was very suitable. This was a veteran powerhouse, very close to becoming a true god. Changshanchi's master was Changrong Heavenly Emperor, one of the ancient venerable sovereigns. His combat techniques, golden body, and spiritual consciousness were all top-notch. And Changrong Heavenly Emperor was dead. This was the key. With Changrong Heavenly Emperor dead, Changshanchi had also offended King Fangping. He had no way out. Only by clinging to this thigh could he have hope of surviving. Changshanchi, do you know why this emperor summoned you? I don't know, Changshanchi said nervously. It's my honor to be able to see you. Ridiculous. The Thunder Venerable Sovereign suddenly sneered. Your master is Changrong Heavenly Emperor, one of the ancient venerable sovereigns, close to the realm of a saint. He's stronger than this emperor. Why do you have to say such hypocritical words to this emperor? Changrong Heavenly Emperor was definitely stronger than him. There was no doubt about that. One of the 4 Brahma lords. If he was weaker than him, then there was nothing to fear from beyond heaven. Changshanchi didn't say a word. He didn't dare to speak, extremely nervous. The Thunder Sovereign frowned slightly and said slowly, this sovereign is willing to give you a chance to become stronger, a chance to take revenge. You offended a sovereign personage. If you do not become stronger, you can only wait for death. This emperor won't protect you for a lifetime either. Trash doesn't have the qualifications to obtain this emperor's protection. After saying that, Thunder Sovereign lightly clapped his hands. In the next moment, 4 rank 9 martial artists walked into the hall, all of them at level 7 origin. Changshanchi, stand up, Sovereign Thunder shouted, and Changshanchi hurriedly stood up. They are the 4 commanders of my Thunderbolt Legion. They are all at the level 7 origin, and when they combine their strength, they can fight against level 10 origin. You defeat them, no, kill them. They live, you die. They die, you live. Changshanchi's expression changed drastically. For level 7 origin experts who knew how to combine their attacks, commander of the Thunder Army, Thunder Sovereign actually wanted him to fight with them. Empyrean Thunderclap had a cold look in his eyes. The choice is yours. Do you accept or do you refuse? He did not mention the consequences, but Changshanchi's heart turned cold. Rejection would probably mean death. Since that was the case, he had to take a gamble. He was afraid of death. If he was not afraid of death, he would not walk out of Changrong heaven. He was afraid that Changrong heaven would be destroyed. At this moment, hearing what was said, he quickly said, "Emperor, subordinate is willing to fight." Good. As soon as the word good came out, the 4 powerhouses attacked in an instant. A divine spear appeared in Chang Shanqi's hand. With a roar, he also quickly attacked. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, Chang Shanqi directly shattered the divine spear, instantly injuring one person. With a roundhouse kick, half of the opponent's body was crushed. Chang Shanqi's decisiveness was beyond imagination. He took the joint attack of the other 3 head-on. With a roar, mentality erupted, both hands stretched out, grabbing the opponent. With another roar, with a tearing sound, he tore the opponent apart. Bloody, incomparably bloody. In just one move, the 5 powerhouses fought to the death. No one retreated, no one avoided the battle. Not fighting in front of an Empyrean was courting death. Empyrean Thunderclap seemed very satisfied. He did not even look at Chang Shanqi's sternum being pierced by the other 3. Whether they lived or died depended on themselves. Only the ones who survived were the powerhouses. At this moment, Empyrean Thunderclap looked at the second person and said with a faint smile, "Lei Bao, you are one of the top powerhouses under my command. However, I don't need trash. Spar with Lei Jian. I want to see if you, the commander of the Thunderclap army, is inferior to even Lei Jian, the steward." Lei Jian was the old man beside him. Hearing that, the old man bowed slightly and said in a low voice, "Master, Commander Lei Bao is extremely strong. I might not be a match for him." "Give it a try." Empyrean Thunderclap said indifferently, "I have not asked about the Thunderclap army for many years. I also want to see how capable the current commander of the Thunderclap army is." "Understood." Lei Jian did not say anything else. Like a ghost, his figure flashed and instantly attacked, stabbing at Lei Bao's head. Lei Bao roared like a leopard. With a punch, air waves surged. No longer kneeling and trembling, he looked extremely domineering. His strength was also incomparably strong. He was not any weaker than Chang Shanqi and Lei Jian. Both sides exchanged blows quickly, like 2 flashes of lightning, constantly flashing in the main hall. Empyrean Thunderclap watched for a while and nodded slightly. Not bad. Chang Shanqi was considered a top-notch powerhouse in Changrong heaven. In the 3 realms, he was also a top-notch rank 9. The 2 under him were comparable to him in origin energy. This was also proof of their strength. After all, he was just an ordinary Empyrean, and a disciple of the divine sect, not an independent Empyrean. It was already not bad to be able to cultivate 2 powerhouses of this level. After watching for a while, Empyrean Thunderclap looked at the last person and said indifferently, "They are very strong. Can you match them?" The person below was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "No." But in a battle of life and death, there are no restrictions on the occasion, place, and time. It is not certain who will live and who will die. You're talking big. You just entered Origin not long ago. Although you reached rank 5 in one day, I have seen too many geniuses like you. Empyrean Thunderclap sneered and said slowly, "Qin Fengqing, yes, Qin Fengqing." The young man below was Qin Fengqing, who had not been seen for a long time. After the trip to the Emperor's tomb, Qin Fengqing had completely disappeared after taking 100,000 yuan of imperishable substances from Fangping. Today, however, he had appeared here. Rank 5 origin. Stepping into rank 5 in one day, walking more than 400 meters in one day. This was the Qin Fengqing who had exploded after leaving. The once honed Qin Fengqing had ordinary qualifications. After stepping into high ranks, he had already broken through the barrier of qualifications. Such people usually improved faster, but there was a limit to how fast they could be. Qin Fengqing stayed at rank 8 for too short a time. Very soon, he finished honing his golden body and entered rank 9. It was hard to imagine. Below, Qin Fengqing raised his head. Empyrean Thunderclap smiled faintly and said, I chose you not because of how outstanding you are, but because of the heaven-punishing art. Empyrean Thunderclap said playfully, the Devil Emperor unquestionable sword's heaven-punishing art. You are very suitable for this cultivation method. If not for the Devil Emperor's appearance, I would have thought that you were the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor. In Mount Royal Sea, you relied on the heaven-punishing art to fight a rank for origin with a rank 6 golden body, which was somewhat beyond my expectations. After that, you entered rank 7 golden body without any hindrance, advanced to origin through rank 7, and stepped into origin in 1 day. This speed is faster than I imagined. Qin Fengqing, tell me, should I tear you apart and take a closer look? Qin Fengqing said in a deep voice, Venerable sovereigns are powerful, and I am far inferior to them. If the sovereign really wants to kill me, he can do it with a single thought. But since Di Zun asked me to come here, there must be a need. As for the heaven punishment incantation, Di Zun also knows that I can't teach you this sword incantation, even if I teach it orally. As for stepping into level 5 origin, Qin Fengqing was no longer in his previous crouching posture. He raised his head and looked at Thunder God Venerable, saying with extreme confidence, because I am Qin Fengqing, because my Tao is invincible. I understood the origin when I was a rank 7, walking more than 400 meters in a day as a rank 9 is nothing. Thunder Sovereign sneered and said, There are many people like you. In the beginning, one could indeed make rapid progress. However, as soon as one encountered setback, one would quickly come to a halt, perhaps even going crazy. This was the so-called path of invincibility. In the 3 realms, you're not the only martial artist who thinks that he's invincible. There are many who walk this path of invincibility. However, this kind of person could not be defeated. At the very least, he could not be defeated by someone of the same cultivation level. If he lost, he would be crippled. Qin Fengqing, do you really think you're invincible? You're Fang Ping's opponent at the same rank. What about Wang Jinyang? What about Yao Qingjun? What about Li Hansong? What about Qi Huanyu? Zhao Xingwu, Li Changsheng, Li Wuqi, Ling Xiao, Gu Qing, Luo Yu. Thunder God Venerable shook his head lightly and said, You humans and other forces have many outstanding people at the same rank. Although you, Qin Fengqing, are not weak, you've never fought with these people before. Your so-called invincibility is just what you think. He had seen Qin Fengqing in action. He was quite powerful. After entering rank 9, he fought with a rank 7 demon in misery and won. However, that demon was only a normal rank 7. Qin Fengqing relied on good weapons, strong combat techniques, and a large amount of imperishable substance on him to defeat the other party. But Luo Yu and the others, which one of them did not have good weapons and good combat techniques. Was Qin Fengqing really a match for these people? Not now, but when he was at the same rank. The path of invincibility was easy to walk. Some people who looked at the sky from the bottom of a well thought that they were invincible. But the path of invincibility was the hardest to walk. Once the heart of invincibility was broken, one would be crippled. This was a double-edged sword. It was fast to become strong, but it was also fast to become crippled. Qin Fengqing's expression did not change. He said in a low voice, Since we've never fought, never at the same rank, then I've never been defeated. When I'm at the same rank, I'll naturally find them one by one and defeat them. I'll be the king of the same rank. Many people have said this before. Thunder God Venerable smiled faintly and said, But in the end, almost all of them died or were completely crippled. Crippled, it's worse than death. However, this emperor also wants to see if you can continue to be invincible. Of course, the current you doesn't seem to be qualified yet. Dare I ask, Emperor, what do I have to do to qualify? Thunder God Venerable said lightly, It's simple. Aren't you a human? Go back to the human world and kill one of Wang Jinyang and the other 2. then you'll be qualified. Qin Fengqing was silent. After a while he said, "Forgive me, Emperor. I can't do it. Fang Ping is on Earth. With him around, I won't attack the humans on Earth. I won't dare." "Won't dare?" Thunder God Venerable seemed a little surprised. He laughed and said, "You think you're invincible and you say you won't dare? Are you afraid of him? Since you're afraid of him, how can you be invincible?" Qin Fengqing took a deep breath and said slowly, "I won't dare unless I'm at the same rank. Unless I'm at the same rank and have the strength to match him, then I dare to fight him. Fang Ping is also invincible. He has never been defeated. Since he started practicing martial arts, he has never been defeated at the same rank, no matter who he faces. He is also the most monstrous genius in the 3 realms. If I can defeat him at the same rank, I think that one day my origin Tao will advance by leaps and bounds. If I can't attack him, regardless of whether he kills me or not, I will be completely crippled. There will be no Qin Fengqing in this world." As soon as he said this, Thunder God Venerable's expression became more serious. He said lightly, "Indeed, the King of Man is very outstanding. If he wasn't outstanding, he wouldn't have become the King of Man, couldn't have killed Dizhou and Dihui, couldn't have destroyed the 3 great blessed grotto heavens. This person is a great enemy of the divine sect. If you can defeat him at the same rank as him, in the 3 realms, no one will doubt that you're invincible at the same rank. The road to invincibility will indeed advance by leaps and bounds." He agreed with Qin Fengqing's words. At this time, whoever still underestimated Fang Ping was an idiot. Fang Ping was a real monster. Whether or not he was the reincarnation of Emperor of Heaven Reverse, he was a monster. However, Thunder God Venerable still put on a faint smile. "If you don't dare to kill those people, how can you prove that you are loyal to the divine sect?" "I don't need to prove it." Qin Fengqing looked up. "I practice martial arts only to become stronger, only to be invincible. I am not loyal to the divine sect, nor to mankind. I only cultivate for myself and fight for myself. If Thunder God Venerable can help me, then I am willing to fight for him. If not, Thunder God Venerable can either kill me or let me go. Let me continue to fight for myself." Thunder God Venerable looked at him for a long time. Only fight for himself. That was the road to invincibility. Most of the powerhouses who took this road were like that. Loyalty, reliability, to become stronger. These people didn't care about anything, because their belief was that they were the strongest, that they were invincible. To become stronger, they could give up everything. Such people were terrifying, but also fragile. Thunder God Venerable smiled and said lightly, "Are you confident you can become a true immortal?" "Yes." This emperor is asking the wrong question. Thunder God Venerable laughed in spite of himself. This was a wasted question. This kind of person could only answer like this. This emperor is a little curious about something. You are a martial artist of the human world. Becoming stronger is to protect. And you, why do you want to become stronger? Protect? A martial artist who took the road to invincibility would protect the weak? It shouldn't be possible. Thunder God Venerable smiled again. "Qin Fengqing, why do you want to become stronger?" Qin Fengqing was silent for a moment and said slowly, "To become stronger." Thunder God Venerable understood. Becoming stronger for the sake of becoming stronger, this kind of person was very interesting. This kind of person would either die very early or become a killing machine in the end. Could this be the reason why the Demon Emperor imparted the heaven-punishing art to him? What did the Demon Emperor want to do? Of course, the current Qin Fengqing was not qualified to make him feel threatened. "Interesting, very interesting," Thunder God Venerable said lightly. "Forget it. This emperor will give you this chance. Since you don't dare to be enemies with Fang Ping, then go kill someone. Kill him, and you will be qualified to become one of the 3 people this time." "Kill who?" "Pinyu Heaven, you duo." Qin Fengqing was silent. "You duo, Pingyu Heaven's top rank, 9, Origin level 10. When the Myriad Heavens and Realms ranking list came out, Yu Duo was ranked 23rd. Thunder God Venerable actually asked him to go kill him. You don't dare to be enemies with the human race. That ally, I believe you don't dare to go and kill either. Thunder God Venerable smiled faintly and said, Pingyu Heaven is your human race's enemy. Could it be that you don't dare to go and kill too? Didn't you say that when you encountered Changshan Qi and the rest, no time limit, no place limit, you have the confidence to survive? Since that's the case, you go and kill Yu Duo. This emperor knows that Yu Duo recently left Pingyu Heaven and also wants to find lucky chances to enter True God Realm. This emperor doesn't care whether you're loyal to the human race or not, and also doesn't care who you're loyal to. At least right now, you need this emperor's help. If you succeed in confirming your Tao, this seat doesn't need you to do too much. Kill one person. You can leave or stay as you please. Kill who? You kill Yu Duo first, then talk. But there's no harm in telling you two True God Realm powerhouses. Thunder God Venerable said coldly, either you kill him, or this emperor kills you. It's not convenient for this emperor to make a move to kill him, but it's convenient for this emperor to make a move to kill you. Qin Fengqing understood and quickly said, sure. You kill Yu Duo first, then talk. Finish speaking, he added. At most 3 days. 1 day's time is enough for you to find Yu Duo. Within 2 days, you have to kill Yu Duo. If you do it, you have the qualifications. If you can't, you can go and die yourself. No problem. Qin Fengqing answered sullenly. He did not say anything else and turned to leave. As for Changshan Qi and the rest who were still fighting in the Great Hall, he did not even look at them. After he left, Lei Jian injured Lei Bao with one strike and retreated, saying softly, Lord, this person is only at level 5 Origin. Are we really going to give him this chance? He's very interesting. Thunder God Venerable said, coolly, this kind of person doesn't need to be controlled. This seat only needs him to achieve this seat's objective. You and Lei Bao both go to Dao Comprehension Cliff. I will arrange for him to enter Dao Comprehension Cliff. It won't take up this emperor's spot. As he said that, he looked at Changshan Qi, who had killed another person not far away, and said with a faint smile, Enough, Changshan Qi. You, Lei Jian, and Lei Bao all have the qualifications. Very good. The 3 of them were all top-notch powerhouses. They all had hope. As for Qin Fengqing, there was hope too. Of course, he would arrange for Qin Fengqing to go under someone else. The premise was that he could return alive after killing Yu Duo. Fang Ping's good friend, the Devil Emperor's pawn, a powerhouse who walked the path of invincibility. These 3 identities were actually very conflicting. He really wanted to see what kind of result this kind of person would cause when he became stronger. Presumably, it would be very interesting. Chapter 1085, Central Divine Court. Fang Ping had just followed the 2 paragons to fly to the central area of the Divine Hall when he suddenly saw a silhouette flashing by and disappearing from the side, flying out rapidly. Fang Ping turned his head to look, his gaze shifting slightly. At this moment, the 2 absolute pinnacles also noticed that person. Seeing that person fly past, Di Fei raised his eyebrows and said, This person is a martial artist of the human world. Di Qi knew and smiled. Yes, Qin Fengqing. Of course. It's hard to say if he's still considered one. I heard that the Thunder Guardian took him in as a disciple. Now that he's summoned back to Pantheon, could it be for the upcoming Enlightenment Cliff trip? Him? True, Lord Di Fei raised his brows. This person is only at level 5 Origin. He wants to go to Dao Comprehension Cliff? It's hard to say. You also know that it's easier to walk the path of a martial artist. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with the sovereign personage, Fang Ping, and the others. He might have a chance. Protector, aren't you afraid of nurturing a tiger? Di Fei frowned and said, Although martial artists in the human world are demons, These demons are also united. That is why they are demons. If he were another Zhao Xingwu, that would be fine. But Zhao Xingwu is Zhao Xingwu. This person might not be the same. Di Fei continued. This person can betray the human race now. In the future, I'm afraid, that's the Guardian's job, but this person… Ground Qi said, disapprovingly. Ground Oddity thought for a moment, then turned his head to look at Fang Ping. Nephew, if you meet him at Enlightenment Cliff, kill him. This person walks the unmatched path. The stronger his conviction, the easier it is for him to become stronger. Once he truly becomes a true deity and slaughters his way out of the blood Tao, he might bring us great trouble. Protector, I'm afraid you have ulterior motives for letting him enter the cliff of enlightenment. In front of Fang Ping, he did not hide anything. He had to guard against the Thunder Protector. Now that he wanted to rope in the Yun father and son, he naturally had to make things clear. Even if this person has ulterior motives and is related to divine sex and not the human race, he will still fight to the death. If he doesn't become a true deity, then so be it. Once he becomes a true deity, before the true deities of the unequaled path are defeated, he will be extremely powerful. Di Qi knew quite a bit about Qin Fengqing. He smiled and said, Of course, you don't have to worry too much about it. The so-called invincibility was just bragging. It's hard to say if we'll let him enter the cliff of enlightenment. Fang Ping nodded, then said, I know this person. That day when I entered the necropolis of the gods with Fang Ping, Yun Sheng also researched some of the human race. This person has a good relationship with Fang Ping. They're even from the same sect. Lord Protector, aren't you afraid that he'll enter the pantheon? Di Qi smiled and said, It's fine, there are people watching when this person goes in and out. He won't be able to find the passageway. Moreover, Lord Protector must have a spiritual sense attached to him, so he won't be able to stir up any trouble. Fang Ping nodded again and smiled. This person has betrayed the human world. Isn't he afraid that Fang Ping will hunt him down? That's his business. Oddity said indifferently, Life and death are decreed by fate. If he died, then so be it. If he didn't die, then that was his luck. Sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to escape death. This person used the heaven-punishing art at Mount Royal Sea. Protector, you probably have some intention of probing him. Probe? Fang Ping did not understand. Maybe it's to test the demon sovereign's weakness? Di Qi smiled as he flew back to his mansion. This old man doesn't know the specifics, but the demon emperor's level is too high. It doesn't have much to do with us, so there's no need to worry too much about it. Even the Thunder Protector was not qualified to participate in this. In Oddity's opinion, he might have other motives for taking Qin Fengqing in. He thought for a while and smiled. Maybe it's for the demon sovereign's heaven-punishing art, maybe it's for this person's invincible path, or maybe it's simply for Fang Ping and the rest. You don't have to care about these, my dear nephew. These days, cultivate in peace. When Enlightened Cliff opens, my dear nephew will enter it and prove his Tao as a true god. That's the most important thing. Fang Ping nodded. What he was thinking, however, was not known to outsiders. Qin Fengqing came to the evil sect. What was this guy trying to do? I've said it before, I don't care what you do. But if your hands are stained with human blood, I'll cut all ties with you. I'll definitely kill you. Fang Ping's eyes revealed a touch of melancholy. They had all grown up. Everyone had their own path. Fang Ping had his own path. Old Wang and the rest also had their own path. Everyone was working hard for their own path ahead. Like Zhao Xuemei, like Chen Yunqi, but Qin Fengqing, the path he was walking, Fang Ping did not know how he wanted to go. Demon Sovereign, Thunder Emperor, Evil Sect, Dark Sky Emperor, he was involved in a lot of things. Qin Fengqing had always been taking risks. With the strength of a weakling who had not reached the absolute peak, he constantly took risks to seek benefits, to become stronger. Therefore, the speed at which he became stronger was very fast. It was even faster than imagination. And all of this was because of his gamble. He was betting on the future. Was there such a good thing as a pie falling from the sky? Demon Sovereign taught him combat techniques. Thunder Emperor wanted to send him to Enlightened Cliff. Did he not need to pay a price for this? But he had to admit that while he was taking risks, he also gained a lot. Otherwise, even if humans were becoming stronger much faster now, Qin Fengqin could not possibly advance to rank 9 in such a short time. After all, on the human side, although many high ranks were born, there were really not many rank 9s. I hope that one day I can see you clearly. Fang Ping suppressed the agitation in his heart, no longer thinking about it. If they were friends, then he would treat them well. If they were enemies, he would not be lenient. What did he want to do? God City. This was also the name of the core city, where God Courtyard was located. This place was really like a god realm. Powerhouses were as common as clouds. Here, high ranks could be seen everywhere. It was scarier than the imperial city in the catacombs. There used to be a large number of paragons here, but there were not many now. However, when people like Di Fei came to the evil sect, they usually did not go to their own country, but to the God City. God City was said to be a city left behind from the ancient times. After the battle in the heavenly realm, this fragment was not destroyed. There were ruins left behind, including the 3 great treasure lands, which were left behind in the past. Tall buildings, white, jade-like streets, indestructible city walls. This was the God City. Among them, the most eye-catching was the Kunwang Hall. It was incomparably huge and tall. Standing in the center of the God City, there were a large number of powerhouses patrolling in all directions. The Kunwang Hall was very tall, much taller than the other buildings. This was Fang Ping's first time here. Yun Sheng was not. Yun Sheng had been here before, so Fang Ping spoke less and less, afraid of exposing himself. Although he had been here before, at this moment, Di Fei still said, God City is a good place. There's Enlightened Cliff, the Longevity Fountain, the Kunwang Hall, and many other treasure lands. Di Fei was very concerned about this son of his. Previously, when Yun Xing came here, he did not come with him. At this moment, he said a few more words, saying again, when this place was established back then, some ruins were excavated, including some powerhouses who died in the aftermath. When the divine sect was first established, the sect leader opened up the God City here. In the beginning, he excavated a few emperor-level remains, dead but not dead. The emperor's remains even rioted back then, causing a lot of casualties. Even until now, the God City has not been completely excavated. Di Fei laughed. The God City is an ancient building. The Kunwang did not want to destroy the God City, so he did not dig deeper. However, it is said that there might be some powerhouses remains under the God City, even living ancient powerhouses. Fang Ping said in surprise, living ancient powerhouses? This was not even mentioned in the 9-star intelligence. That's right. Di Fei saw Fang Ping's surprise and laughed. Of course, it's just a rumor. The sect leader is so powerful. If there really is, he might have discovered it long ago. However, the God City originally had a large array. The sect leader was not willing to dig too much because he did not want to destroy the large array. It's hard to say whether there are powerhouses who escaped underground. However, these years, the divine sect has also opened up some underground secret rooms, but nothing has been discovered. It might just be a rumor. Fang Ping nodded. Di Fei said again, but try not to go underground in case something happens. I know. Enlightenment Cliff will open in a few days. Don't wander around. The God City is not peaceful recently. Understood. The father and son talked for a while. Di Fei did not go to his mansion. He also had a mansion here. However, at this moment, he needed to be on the same side as Di Qi. He was not strong enough. Without Di Qi, he would feel uneasy. In a courtyard in Di Qi's mansion, as one of the top 10 true lords, Di Qi's mansion was very big, beyond imagination. The God City was also very big. Therefore, these true God powerhouses' mansions could easily occupy tens of thousands of acres. At this moment, Fong Ping was assigned to a courtyard. He was Di Fei's son, and he was also a top-rank 9. Even the powerhouses in Di Qi's mansion were very respectful to him, not daring to slight him. Under the guidance of the powerhouses in the mansion, Fong Ping entered the courtyard and chased everyone away. He used closed-door cultivation as an excuse and went into the secret room. In the secret room, there was a peerless solidification of mentality. In the secret room, Fong Ping's mentality scanned again and again. He also secretly set up dozens of defensive restrictions. Only then did he open the Sanjiao gate and took out a piece of crystal. As soon as the crystal was taken out, very soon, a phantom appeared. It was similar to heavenly wood, but more illusory. The phantom appeared, looked around, and said with slight surprise, "I didn't expect you to have a foundation here. Is this in a true god's mansion?" Fong Ping laughed. "Yes, I have foundations in many places in the 3 realms. Not only here, even in the real heavenly realm, I have a foundation." Heavenly Wood did not know what to say. Fong Ping laughed. "Heavenly Wood, let's get straight to the point. You want the myriad regression technique, and I want to get something. How about a deal?" Heavenly Wood pondered. "Little friend, you mentioned 3 conditions earlier. What are the 3 conditions?" Number 1, Fong Ping looked at it and said, "Don't tell me you don't have your fruit." Fong Ping said in a low voice, "I want a very special fruit. I won't be interested in the usual ones. I need a treasure similar to the cat fruit. The cat fruit can repair the origin space and also heal some brain core injuries. But its main function is to repair the origin space. And I need a divine fruit that can repair an emperor-level brain injury." Heavenly Wood felt that he could not talk anymore. A divine fruit that could repair an emperor-level brain injury. What kind of concept was this? Anyway, he had never heard of any divine fruit that could repair an emperor-level brain injury. This was too scary. According to the standard of lowering 1 level, to achieve what Fong Ping said, he needed at least a saint-level unique fruit and a Heavenly King monster plant's normal fruit. Heavenly King monster plant. Was there such a monster plant in the 3 realms? How about introducing it to him? Impossible. Heavenly Wood was tired. He felt that he had made a mistake coming this time. Once he opened his mouth, it was like a wildcat opening its mouth wide. Yes, a wildcat opening its mouth wide. This style was really like a wildcat. A wildcat would also mention shocking conditions at the drop of a hat. An emperor-level tree's drink, Fong Ping laughed. "Heavenly Wood, you're the ancient first tree. Don't you even have this? If that's the case, then I've really underestimated you. Little friend, why do you have to say these conditions that can't be fulfilled?" Heavenly Wood said with great vicissitudes, "These years, I've condensed some emperor-level life springs. I can also repair some simple injuries, including brain injuries, but it's only the simple kind. Emperor-level. I'm afraid no one in the 3 realms can do it." Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. "Emperor-level, fountain of life? Is there a big difference between this and true god level? I've seen true god-level ones before. They don't seem any different from ordinary ones. There's no difference, but the concentration is higher and the life aura is richer. After all, it's condensed from emperor level. Some injuries that low-level fountain of life can't heal can be healed by emperor level. If your flesh is destroyed by an emperor-level powerhouse, emperor-level injuries will be attached. It's naturally difficult for ordinary life springs to heal. However, what I condense can do it. It can heal brain injuries. Life springs mainly heal physical injuries, including some injuries to spiritual consciousness. But the brain is the foundation of spiritual consciousness. There are only some effects, but the effects won't be too obvious. Can it heal true gods? I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Origin. It's also difficult. The origin realm already involves the path of origin. Fong Ping's expression was unfriendly. In that case, it can only heal brain injuries at the golden body realm. It should be possible. Fong Ping snorted and said unhappily, "To me, that's trash. Even if it can't heal Emperor level, it must be able to heal true gods. If that doesn't work, then what do I need these for? Do you think I lack these things?" Having said that, Fong Ping added, "First, let's put it aside for now. Second, I want 100 of your branches to forge 100 true divine weapons." Heavenlywood felt that he could really disappear. There was no need to talk anymore. 100 true divine weapons? What do you think I am? Yes, some of its branches could be forged into true divine weapons. However, in the past 8,000 years, it had only given out 3. Moreover, they were all fighting with the Kuan King's avatar. Some of the branches were broken. Giving these was also for the future. Those powerhouses had refined its branches and forged them into divine weapons. It was actually confident that it could take them back. At critical moments, it could even control the divine weapons and cause fatal damage to those powerhouses. Now, someone had opened his mouth and asked for 100. Who the hell was this guy? Seeing that it did not speak, Fong Ping said unhappily, "This won't do? Then forget it. You don't have anything you want. Why should I cooperate with you? There's no need. I've seen a lot of ordinary treasures. In the 3 realms, I've seen more treasures than you. I've even seen dozens of divine weapons." Heavenlywood wanted to curse, but after thinking about it, it might not be an exaggeration. This person knew the cat. It was possible that he had seen it before. Heavenlywood was helpless. He sighed. "Young friend, you're making things difficult for me. I can provide 3 sets of the materials needed for a true divine weapon. Any more than that, I really don't have it. Even so, if I give it to you, my vitality will be greatly damaged." 3 sets? Fong Ping sneered. "Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Forget it, I don't want it. I have divine weapons anyway. Although they're broken, my brother has God of War bow, God Destroyer, Emperor armor, Sky Destroyer sword." Fong Ping chuckled. "It's not a big problem for me to borrow these divine weapons. If you give me 100 true divine weapons, I'll be more or less tempted. But 3, Fong Ping shook his head. "I'm not interested in this." Heavenlywood was speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, "Young friend, 100 sets is indeed too much. If I really give it to you, my body will probably collapse completely. 10 sets of materials, this is the limit that I can offer. If you're still not satisfied, then there's no need to talk anymore." What Heavenlywood provided was actually only the raw materials, the main materials. If he really wanted to forge a supreme divine weapon, he would have to fork out a lot of treasures. However, the main materials were the hardest to find. With the main materials, the rest was easy. Fong Ping had looted the lands of the 3 major realms. He did not lack these. Supreme divine weapons were good stuff. Right now, there were not many people at the top of humanity who had supreme divine weapons, including those human powerhouses in the fake sky grave. Most of them were barehanded. Even if they had divine weapons, they were not at the desperate realm, or they were simply broken supreme divine weapons. Humans were poor. When Fong Ping heard that there were only 10 sets, although he was a little dissatisfied, he still said reluctantly, 10 is fine too. I'm not a calculative person. Thirdly, you have to help me do something." "What?" "Kill an emperor level." Heavenlywood suddenly hid in the crystal board. It did not want to come out. It was also its bad luck to meet this person. 3 conditions, one more difficult than the other. Kill an emperor level. What did you think an emperor level was? Even saints did not dare to say that they could kill an emperor level for sure. It was only an emperor level now. How could it kill an emperor level? Heavenlywood, don't you want to come out and talk? Fong Ping laughed. Some things can be discussed. I don't need to tell you what the primordial chaos technique is that you need. You know it. An emperor's item. A divine weapon as a legacy item. It can be said to be incomparably precious. For something like this, you can't do it without paying the price. Think about it. These things might be more precious than the primordial chaos technique. That might not be the case, right? Heavenly Wood's voice was heard. But, young friend, your conditions are too high. I can't do any of them. The primordial chaos technique is of no use to you, young friend. I'm only passing it on to learn, not snatch it. That's hard to say. Let's say the ugly words first. I'm still worried about you. When the time comes, if you covet my divine Emperor Ho, who can I go to reason with? Fong Ping laughed. That's why I said that my conditions are really not much. Heavenly Wood was speechless. After a while he sighed. Even I can't kill an Emperor level and repair the divine fruit of an Emperor level's brain core. But, young friend, if you really want some treasures that can repair the injuries of a true god's brain core, maybe, I can provide some to you. As for killing an Emperor level, unless I first learn the primordial chaos technique and leave Heavenly Wood Forest, it's impossible to do it. The depths of Fong Ping's eyes flickered. He was just asking for an exorbitant price. This Heavenly Wood actually had it. Initially, he was waiting for the other party to bargain. Now, it seemed that his bargaining skill was not very good. But the key was he did not have the primordial chaos technique. If Heavenly Wood really agreed, Fong Ping did not think that it would first complete the conditions and then ask him for the primordial chaos technique. It was not easy to fool. Fong Ping sank into deep thought. The injuries on his brain core did not need to be completely healed. It was fine as long as it did not affect his advancement to Paragon. Now, there were still about 350 cracks. Fong Ping felt that if he repaired half of them, he should be able to advance to the impasse realm. There should not be any danger of it shattering. Could Heavenly Would provide him with these? Chapter 1086. Give me the treasure to repair the brain core first. Fong Ping thought for a while and asked for treasure straight away. He would fix his brain nucleus first. Now, in order to recover his brain nucleus, he was willing to do anything. He was about to face the minor barrier of 11,000 hertz. Fong Ping was worried that the cracks would increase again. He had to repair a portion of the cracks immediately. Tian Mu had already disappeared earlier, and he didn't show himself now. He spoke directly in the crystal. This is just a wisp of this old man's spiritual consciousness. It doesn't contain any treasure. Young friend, don't worry. If this old man really learns the all things return to one technique, then there's nothing to talk about. Fong Ping was straightforward. If they were not going to give it to him, then there was no need to talk. I don't have such a thing, Tian Mu. Tian Mu had never seen such a negotiating attitude in his life. After a while, his voice seemed a little depressed as he said, Little friend, you can go to Skywood Forest and get it yourself. However, you need to teach me some of the Tao formula first. Tian Mu wasn't stupid. He would give him a little first. Fong Ping was speechless. I don't know how. Didn't I tell you? On top of the divine Emperor Ho. The divine Emperor Ho is probably still with Ashkat. But don't worry, if you agree to my conditions, I will naturally give it to you. I don't have many good points, but I have to keep my word. Don't you trust me? Tian Mu really wanted to curse. Were there things that could be solved with trust? You don't want to give me something, so you start asking me for something. Is this the attitude of a transaction? You took the things and ran away. How are you going to reason with me? Fong Ping seemed to have realized this as well. After some thought, he said, Since we've reached this point, then I'm not afraid to tell you something. My identity is extremely honorable. I will never lie to you. I am the king of the human race. Heavenly Would said nothing. Fong Ping laughed. You don't believe me? Having said that, Fong Ping injected a wisp of origin aura into the crystal. Cultivators could sense whether someone was walking on the Renhuang path or not. The first time Lao Zhang saw the cat knew that Lao Zhang had taken the Renhuang path and was a ruthless person. The cat did not dare to get too close to Lao Zhang and hurriedly ran away. Many people saw Elder Zhang and sensed that he was a cultivator who had walked the Renhuang path. This was related to the origin. Was Fang Ping a Run Huang Dao powerhouse? Fang Ping thought so. He even felt that more than half of the human experts were actually walking this path. Of course, some people walked deeper, while others walked shallower. He should have walked quite a deep path. Sure enough, when he sent some of his origin qi into the crystal, it trembled slightly. Tian Mu exclaimed in shock, "The way of human sovereign!" The real human sovereign path. The person in front of him had really walked the legendary Tao, the Tao of the sovereign that was even more profound than the Tao of the people. It was the number one ancient tree, and its knowledge was not much less than that of a cat. It sensed it. He sensed that the wisp of origin aura was different. Yes, different. It was as if it was a mixture of countless origin energies. Tian Mu was recalling some memories. He recalled some things related to the emperor. The human race, the origin of all things. The emperor of the human race, the emperor of all living things. Human emperor, I think it's better for you to change your title. What's there to change? In his memory, the two emperors sat under a tree, playing chess and chatting. One of them was Ren Huang. Tian Mu was recalling. In his memory, Ren Huang chuckled. Human emperor, must one walk the human sovereign path to be the human sovereign? Moreover, who in the three realms can walk the human sovereign path? The Tao of the people is easy, but the human sovereign path is difficult. There are millions of people, but only you. How can you do as you wish? Since there is no human sovereign, why can't I be the human sovereign? Opposite him, a middle-aged man said lightly, the karma is too great. You are the human sovereign, and the next day, the human sovereign will appear. You will have to fight. Say that after you become the human sovereign. Ren Huang did not think much of it and then smiled, but I might be able to walk the real human sovereign path. Didn't the beast sovereign walk half of the demon sovereign path? The beast sovereign was not called the demon sovereign because he did not walk the demon sovereign path. The beast sovereign was also one of the few powerhouses among the 9 sovereigns who had walked the sovereign path. The monster sovereign. In the past, when the beast sovereign achieved Tao, chickens and dogs ascended to heaven. Those were real chickens and dogs, because he walked the beast sovereign path. He obtained the recognition of all beasts, protected all beasts, and was rewarded by all beasts. That was how he became an emperor. Of course, the beast sovereign did not walk the complete path. He only obtained the recognition of the beasts. Moreover, there were not many beasts at that time. The human sovereign path could not be compared to it. Before the 3 realms human immortals were divided, they were all humans. To walk the human sovereign path in the 3 realms was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But if one really walked it, it would be extremely terrifying. The middle-aged man shook his head. Difficult. The human sovereign, the recognition of the human race, and the public election of the human race. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Not necessarily. Ren Huang laughed. In times of great crisis, there will be great prosperity. If one cannot walk the human sovereign path, it is not impossible to walk the human sovereign path after obtaining the recognition of some humans. Human sovereign path. Sovereign path. That's true. The conversation between the two ended very quickly. At this moment, Heavenly would recall these, once again carefully comprehending the origin qi that Fang Ping transferred earlier. Was this the human sovereign path or the human sovereign path? The path of the people, the path of the human sovereign, the path of the human sovereign. It could be said that this was actually a series. Including the catacombs, some powerhouses walked the path of the people. Actually, in the end, those people in the catacombs were also humans. It was just that back then when the 3 realms were separated and the immortal source was divided, these people in the land realm thought of themselves as immortals and broke away from the human race. Their path could also be called the path of the human sovereign or the path of the human sovereign. These 3, there were similarities and differences. The path of the people was the simplest. It was just obtaining the recognition of some people, the determination of the origin, and the breakthrough to prove one's path. As for the path of the human sovereign, it was much more profound. Just like old Zhang, he would receive feedback from some people. The human race was strong, and old Zhang was strong. Old Zhang's origin qi was similar to Fang Ping's. It was deeper than Fang Ping's, mixed with the aura of billions of humans. It was very weak, almost undetectable. It was not that the origin had become someone else's origin, but that one's own origin would be contaminated with some human aura. Therefore, when old Zhang appeared and his qi activity erupted, powerhouses would know that he had walked the human sovereign path. The human sovereign path was also known as the human sovereign path. At this moment, the feeling that Fang Ping gave Skywood was the same. Fang Ping had walked the human sovereign path. As for whether it was the human sovereign path or the human sovereign path, Skywood felt that it was probably the human sovereign path. Even so, not everyone could walk it. This required the recognition of the human race, the recognition of the human race powerhouses, the recognition of many, many people in the human race. Only when they felt that he could take on the position of the human race's leader would such a path appear. A powerhouse who could obtain the recognition of the entire clan, a leader. At this moment, Skywood was starting to believe Fang Ping's words. Such a person was a man of his word. If he said that he would give him the primordial chaos technique, there was a high probability that it would not be a problem. Could it be that the dignified leader of a clan could not even do this? He did not know Zhang Tao, was not familiar with Fang Ping. If Fang Ping knew, he would probably scratch his head. This was hard to say. If the true kings in the catacombs knew, they would probably scold Skywood for being a fool. Did you believe Zhang Tao and Fang Ping? These two people did not have the slightest self-awareness of a leader. They were really swindling, stealing, and resorting to every conceivable means. The shame of a true king was not an empty title. Of course, he could call old Zhang the shame of a saint now. As for the shame of a true king, perhaps he could hand it over to Fang Ping. This old man's eyes are blind. At this moment, Skywood was also surprised. He did not expect to meet a true king so casually. No wonder. No wonder he felt that there was something wrong with this person. But this was Pantheon, where the Kuan king was. Skywood's thoughts stirred. This true king in front of him had even deceived him, and even the Kuan king's clone. This was unexpected. The other party should not be from Pantheon. Could it be that he had other motives for coming to Pantheon this time? No, he seemed to want him to deal with the Emperor-level powerhouse. Skywood thought for a while and said, "Since the true king has promised, this old man will naturally believe you. However, it's best that you don't go to Skywood Forest now, young friend. I don't know if you are in urgent need of this item. If not, when you leave, this old man will deliver the treasure to you." He took a step back now. He did not need Fang Ping to give him the primordial chaos technique first. However, if he wanted to give it to him, he had to wait until Fang Ping left. Otherwise, it would not be appropriate for him to appear in Skywood Forest frequently. Moreover, Skywood had some other ideas. After thinking for a while, he added, "However, to repair the brain nucleus, even if this old man gives you some treasures, the difficulty is still very high. I wonder who needs this item, young friend?" Fang Ping smiled. A powerhouse. In the previous battle, his mentality was severely damaged. His brain nucleus was shattered and there are many cracks. Now it needs to be repaired. Powerhouse. Are there many cracks in his brain nucleus? Many. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "The entire brain nucleus from the outside to the inside is cracked like ice. There are hundreds of cracks. Not dead yet?" Skywood's words made Fang Ping speechless. Skywood was shocked too. Not dead yet? His brain nucleus was not shattered? There were hundreds of cracks, and they were penetrated from the inside to the outside. Skywood's mentality brushed past Fang Ping slightly. Could it be the true king himself? But it did not feel like it. If it was really the true king himself, Logically speaking, his spiritual consciousness was like a candle flame, but he felt that Fang Ping was still relatively stable. He did not know that Fang Ping used a large amount of origin qi to nourish his brain nucleus. Moreover, every time his mentality was lost, it would be quickly replenished, maintaining a full state. This was something that others could not do. Then this is difficult. The injuries are so serious. Skywood was also speechless. Soon he said, "In this situation, to save this person, perhaps we can choose to shatter." Fang Ping was stunned. Shatter? Check if this person's brain nucleus is broken. If not, let many powerhouses work together to remove the outer layer of the broken brain nucleus. But this way, this person's spiritual consciousness will be greatly reduced, his strength will be greatly reduced, and his memory will be damaged too. When Fang Ping heard this, he immediately gave up on this idea. What a joke! Was this not what old Zhang and the others said, that the person had changed? Perhaps War King and the others were like this back then. Of course, it was not as serious as it was for him. The absolute peak of Star City was not necessarily a weak absolute peak in the beginning. However, many people's mentality was severely injured. As a last resort, they could only shatter a part of their brain nucleus and lose their memories. After losing their memories and starting over, their mentality would decline. Even the strength of their golden body would weaken, and their control would also decline. Therefore, this batch of true gods back then became the weak absolute peak. However, they did not think about it. How many of the true gods who could survive the North-South War were weak? The North-South War was so tragic. The true gods who survived were all powerhouses. However, those in Star City became weak, very weak. Other than a few people, most of them only had the strength of a first or second stage absolute peak, or even a second or third stage absolute peak. After all, there were the elites of that batch of true gods back then. At this moment, Fang Ping had thought through all of this. Forget about the shatter. Then there's another way. Skywood said in a low voice, "We can use the spiritual consciousness crystal to repair it." Of course, the spiritual consciousness crystal is rare, and there are so many cracks. I'm afraid we need a top-notch powerhouse's spiritual consciousness crystal. I know this, but this thing is difficult to get. Do you have it? Of course I don't. Skywood laughed. But there's still a chance. Although some top-notch powerhouses are difficult to kill, even if they are killed, there may not be a spiritual consciousness crystal left behind. But I know that some powerhouses will have clones. The weak ones are not good, but the strong ones are spiritual consciousness clones. Killing these clones will also condense a spiritual consciousness crystal. This is because the clones are constructed from spiritual consciousness. In this way, not only is the chance of a spiritual consciousness crystal being formed higher, but it will also be easier to kill. Moreover, Powerhouse's spiritual consciousness is very high in quality, so the effect of the condensed spiritual consciousness crystal will also be better. A Heavenly King Powerhouse's spiritual consciousness crystal is of some help to a saint. A saint-level spiritual consciousness clone will be helpful to an emperor level. Skywood continued, "Young friend, your good friend's injuries are very serious. According to what you said, I'm afraid it will be harder to heal than expected. If your good friend has true god abilities, he will need at least a saint level or even a Heavenly King level spiritual consciousness crystal to heal him." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. He has true god abilities. Fang Ping did not say that he was at the peak, but his mentality was impressive. In fact, he was at the peak level. According to what Skywood said, he would need at least a saint level or even a Heavenly King level spiritual consciousness crystal. Fang Ping felt gloomy. What a joke! Where would he find such a high-level spiritual consciousness crystal? Skywood laughed. There might be a chance. In some ancient battlefields, young friend, you might be able to try. When some powerhouses have fallen, they might leave behind this item. The premise is that no one has taken it away. The heavenly realm is the biggest ancient battlefields. Many people were killed in the aftermath. No one had the time to take these away. Including this place, countless people were killed in the aftermath. If your spiritual consciousness is strong enough, and the spiritual consciousness crystal is not destroyed, young friend, you might be able to obtain some. Saints and heavenly kings are not everywhere, right? Of course. That's why, young friend, you can only try your luck. A true God-level spiritual consciousness crystal is of limited help to such injuries. Fong Ping nodded. Guqing's was actually considered a desperate realm spiritual consciousness crystal. However, Fong Ping used it last time and repaired 10 cracks. It was better than nothing. The key was saints and heavenly kings. Fong Ping complained in his heart. Where could he get it? If he fought with a saint or a heavenly king, he might be killed in 3 moves. When that time came, he might even be able to condense a spiritual consciousness crystal. After chatting with Skywood for a while, Fong Ping felt a little frustrated. According to Skywood, even if it could give him some treasures, his injuries were so severe that it might not be of much help. If it was 1 or 2 cracks, there was still hope. However, hundreds of cracks. In Skywood's eyes, such people were no different from dead people. If not, he might as well crush his brain core and recultivate. Fong Ping could not be bothered. Recultivate? It was so difficult for him to reach this step. Moreover, recultivate without memories and become a person who did not know the past. What was the point of recultivating? Unless he really had no hope and could not be saved, then he would only make this choice. Now, Fong Ping felt that he could still heal. Just as Fong Ping was feeling frustrated, Skywood's words piqued his interest. Then, young friend, maybe you can go to the Fountain of Longevity. Fountain of Longevity? That's right, Skywood explained. The Fountain of Longevity is an ancient spring outside the heavenly court in the past. The reason why I could develop spiritual consciousness is also related to the Fountain of Longevity. In the past, the Emperor God used to irrigate with a large amount of Fountain of Longevity. The Fountain of Longevity is the spring water with the richest vitality in the 3 realms. However, after the heavenly realm was shattered, the spirit vein of the Fountain of Longevity was cut off. Now, there are only some remnants of the ancient spring, mixed in with the ordinary spring water and difficult to capture. These ancient springs are rich in vitality. Some have even developed some spiritual consciousness. The people in the heavenly court obtained opportunities in the Fountain of Longevity and captured those ancient springs. The brain core is also the foundation of all things. Using a strong vitality to nourish it might also be useful. Even if it can't, it can also extend lifespan, strengthen the flesh, and purify the spiritual consciousness. It can extend lifespan. Fong Ping did not care about lifespan in the past, but now he knew that this was a good treasure. A large number of ancient powerhouses were now facing the crisis of exhausting their lifespan. If he had this, it might be of great use. Yes, but ancient springs are rare. Unlike in the past, the powerhouses of the 3 realms were inexhaustible. Therefore, the powerhouses of the past all lived for a long time. This has something to do with the Fountain of Longevity. No one knew how long the emperors could live. However, in the past, many emperor-level powerhouses were actually not young, but they still did not worry about the crisis of their lifespan. This had a lot to do with the Fountain of Longevity. Unfortunately, the spirit vein of the Fountain of Longevity had long been cut off. Now, there was only some remnant ancient spring water left. Very, very little. In recent years, the amount that could be captured was getting lesser and lesser. This was also the reason why the divine sect did not pay much attention to it. 72 Lord Gods, 8 Guardians, 3 Guardians. Some of these people had actually reached the limit of their lifespan a long time ago. However, on the divine sect side, almost no one died from exhausting their lifespan. This had something to do with the Fountain of Longevity. Even so, Fang Ping also knew that the Fountain of Longevity was still heavily guarded. There were even venerable ones in charge. Of course, it was not like in the past. In the past 1,000 years, almost no one had obtained the ancient spring water. Fang Ping realized that the cult headquarters was really a treasure land. Heavenly Wood Forest, Enlightenment Cliff, Fountain of Longevity, the cult could grow and be so powerful, and it had a lot to do with where they were located. I can't wait here for Enlightenment Cliff to open. I don't know how long it will take for Enlightenment Cliff to open. I can go to the Fountain of Longevity to take a look. Ordinary people might not be able to enter, but Fang Ping, Di Fei, and Di Qi, two peerless powerhouses, were protecting him. How many peerless powerhouses were there in the cult now? This little bit of face he still had. Not to mention that he himself had displayed the strength of a half-step true god. If he wanted to do it, then he would do it. Fang Ping walked out of the courtyard very quickly. In the courtyard, there was a powerhouse from Di Qi's mansion serving Fang Ping, and it was a woman. It was said that she was Di Qi's great-granddaughter. Rank, 8 strength, was already very strong. Even if powerhouses had descendants, usually there would not be too many. Over the years, some would die of old age, some would die in battle, some would be stuck in a realm and could not advance, and there were even some who committed suicide. Di Qi's great-granddaughter was considered noble. Serving Fang Ping here, everyone with a discerning eye knew Di Qi's thoughts. True Lord Di Fei also knew, but he was also happy to see it happen. At this moment, if the two of them were to unite by marriage, then their relationship would be stronger. Regarding these, Fang Ping also saw through it, but he was too lazy to care. An old woman, who did not know how old she was, no matter how beautiful she looked, he was too lazy to take a second look. God City was very prosperous. Fang Ping did not bring many people out. One was Yun He, and one was Di Qi's great-granddaughter, Lan Lin. Di Qi, Di Fei, these were all titles, just like Yun Sheng's surname was Yin. True Lord Di Qi's surname was Lan, and Lan Lin was his descendant. Although her strength had not reached rank 9, she was actually not that old, just over 100 years old. Achieving a golden body at 100 years old was actually not considered old. Do not compare with humans. Humans were a little special, and they happened to encounter great disasters. Great disasters also brought great opportunities, which was why a large number of high-ranked powerhouses under 100 years old were born. In ancient times, those who could achieve high ranks at 100 years old were all geniuses. Lan Lin was obviously a genius, just over 100 years old, and she already had the strength of a golden body 3rd level. However, even if she was only 100 years old, Fang Ping still felt that the other party was too old. 100 years old. Old Zhang was not even 100 years old, an old lady, but Lan Lin looked like an innocent girl. Fang Ping was really speechless. Big brother Yun Sheng, who was obviously Lan Lin's grandfather's generation, was now called Big Brother by this woman. That meaning was really too obvious. Fang Ping did not even bother to complain. At this moment, outside the true god's residence, Lan Lin looked innocent, with a bright smile on her face, and asked, "Big brother Yun Sheng, where are we going?" "You rarely come to God City. Why don't I introduce some friends to Big brother Yun Sheng?" "No need." Fang Ping was not interested in playing house with these weaklings. It was useless to know them now. Maybe they would be killed by him in a few days. It would be a waste to know them. To the Fountain of Longevity. Fang Ping's goal was clear, and he walked straight outside, saying as he walked, "Is there a true lord in charge of the Fountain of Longevity now?" "Yes." Lan Lin hurried to catch up, replying, "True Lord Dixing is in charge of the Fountain of Longevity." "Oh." Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, a true lord with average strength, ranked 66th among the 72 lord gods, was probably also the weakest among the 9 paragons. At most, he was a true lord 3rd level. If he really got something good, and the other party had a bad idea, Fang Ping felt that he could kill him and then escape, of course, on the premise that the other party dared to attack him. At this moment, Yun He and Lan Lin did not know that Fong Ping had such thoughts. They were ready to kill him and escape before they went. At the same time as Fong Ping walked toward the Fountain of Longevity. In another place, in an incomparably huge mansion, Yan Huang's eyes were cold. He sneered and shouted, "Let's go to the Fountain of Longevity!" Yun Sheng came to God Court, went to the Fountain of Longevity. This revenge could not be delayed overnight. In God Court, he was not afraid of him. Even if Di Qi and Di Fei were here, his fire lineage also had a true god in charge. His strength was not weak either. Moreover, Yun Sheng was too strong. Enlightenment Cliff was about to open. Who would be willing to let Yun Sheng go to Enlightenment Cliff? The Enlightenment Cliff was not necessarily a peaceful place. Yan Huang sneered, revealing such strength in advance. Although he was humiliated, but Yun Sheng's strength was exposed, and he became the target of public criticism. This was good too.